Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order. I want to say a pleasant good afternoon to the Virgin Islands community, those that's viewing and listening. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Welcome to the Governor's Financial Team led by Mr. Julio Reimer and Director of the Virgin Islands Management and Budget. Today's budget overview is the first step in the fiscal year 2026 budget preparation. This is not a quick or easy process. It's a marathon and not a sprint that relies on communication and collaboration to get a balanced budget to the finish line. We are embarking on this process in a time of great federal uncertainty that is sure to impact the decisions we make collectively. Regarding the management and budget of our territory, we do not have the luxury of minimizing how the territory is affected by what happens in Washington, D.C. Every day, we must consider and assess threats to healthcare, education, and social service programs that will negatively impact our community. More than ever, our decisions and actions must safeguard the territory's financial health and long-term sustainability. As chairman, that is my goal as I lead this process forward. Today, my colleagues and I are anticipating a robust discussion on this overview of the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. Thanks to all who have tuned in to also glean a better understanding, a greater understanding of the territory's finances. Before I proceed, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish my colleague, brother, and friend, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, a happy birthday. Colleagues and all the testifiers, please turn your cell phone and mute or silent as to not to interrupt the proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk to do the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, present. Mr. Chair, 4 present, 3 absent.
Very well, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. At this time, Madam Clerk, any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated June 3rd, 2025, addressed to the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI 00801. There, Mr. Chairman, I am writing to respectfully inform you that due to unavoidable circumstances, I will be tardy in attending today's hearing of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance. Thank you for your understanding and consideration, and I look forward to an informative budget overview. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. That concludes the reading of today's correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Very well, thank you, and we'll recognize Senator Blyden as soon as he gets here. I know that we had a previous meeting this morning, and my colleagues were making their way back to the legislature, so we look forward to them joining once they get here. I'd also like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. Welcome, Senator. Good afternoon. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
Good morning. June 3rd, 2025, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting, budget overview. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025, 12 p.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony from the government's financial team on the fiscal year 2026 executive budget for the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands to include fiscal year 2025 budget appropriations and revenue collections to date, total allotments to date, projected revenues through September 30th, 2025, and proposed adjustments due to revenue shortfalls, if any. Status of union negotiations, status of outstanding payments due to vendors for fiscal year 2025, property taxes, line of credit, the Budget Stabilization Fund, cash on hand, federal drawdowns, and status of federal grants to include FEMA, ARPA and CARES. Invited testifiers are the Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance, Mr. Julio Reimer, Director, Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Brent Ledam, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Ludens Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Ms. Joss Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Ms. Cindy L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel, Ms. Adrienne Williams Octelin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery, and Dr. Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers table to do a sound check and recognize the presence of the testifiers. We also have the recorder remote, so please speak into the mic, take your time and speak clearly. We'll start with the Chief Negotiator and work our way down.
Good afternoon, Joss Springett, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel.
Good afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance.
Good afternoon, Julio Reimer, Director of Office of Management and Budget.
Good day, Joel Lee, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Adrienne L. Williams Octelin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon, Ludens A. Romney, Tax Assessor, Lieutenant's Office.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Haldane Davies.
Brent Ledam, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon, Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research.
Try that again, Dr. Davies. Just get it a little closer to it.
Good afternoon, Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research.
Very well. Good afternoon to all. Can I ask you to please stand at this time and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly affirm on the penalty of perjury that the information you be given to the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is true to the best of your belief?
I do.
Please let all the testifiers have acknowledged that they have received the oath and they do understand it. Take a seat. Director Julia, you recognize for your testimony at this time.
Good afternoon. The Honorable Senator Noel E. Francis, Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the Committee of Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, other members of the 36th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Julio A. Reimer, Sr., Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Today, I'm joined by my colleagues from the Department of Finance, the Commissioner Kevin McCurdy, Director Joel Lee from the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Director Sidney Richardson from the Division of Personnel, Josh Springett, Esquire, the Chief Negotiator, and from the Lieutenant Governor's Office, I have Brent Ledam and Ludens Romney, which are basically tax collector and tax assessor. Ms. Adrienne Williams Octelin, Director of Office of Disaster Recovery, and absent, of course, is Ms. Nathan Simmons. I'm also joined by Dr. Haldane Davies, PhD, Director of Bureau of Economic Research. On behalf of the Governor Albert Bryan Jr., we present the proposed fiscal year 2026 executive budget. Included in the proposal for general fund fiscal year 2026 budget of $936,426,140, there are efforts to enhance the core agencies. We have taken a highly conservative approach due to many uncertainties driven by the current environment in the U.S. government. This uncertainty is driven by cancellation or pauses placed on grants within various agencies throughout the U.S. government that impact local government agencies. As you are aware, the current economic environment is fluid due to the impact of tariffs. As we go through this budget cycle, there will be a need to adapt to the fluidity of the political and economic environment. Let's start with local revenues. The 5 major local categories show varied growth and reductions compared to fiscal year 2025, with a year-end estimate of about $893,960,287. The forecast for fiscal year 2026 takes a conservative approach due to the domestic and global environments that could adversely impact the U.S. Virgin Islands economy and the restructuring of the U.S. federal government, and takes into consideration the numerous various capital projects underway in fiscal year 25 and 26. Personal income tax. Individual income tax collections indicate a projected decrease of about 2% from fiscal year 2025's projection of $423.4 million to $414.1 million for fiscal year 2026. This conservative projection is deemed prudent due to the unpredictability of national and global economic climate, as well as potential political developments that could significantly impact the U.S. territory of the Virgin Islands. However, the initiation of construction and capital projects slated for mitigation and disaster projects in a projected amount of $78.5 million versus $13.5 for fiscal year 2025 could realize a potential increase in collections amount about $492.5 million, or approximately 12.7% increase in individual income taxes. Corporate income tax collections indicate a projected decrease of about 5% from the fiscal year of 2025's projection of $78.8 million to $74.8 million for fiscal year 2026. This conservative projection is deemed prudent due to the unpredictability of national and global economic climate, as well as potential political developments that could significantly impact the U.S. Virgin Islands. However, the initiation of the capital projects slated for construction in FY 2026 may help to negate these negative economic impacts on the territory. Real property taxes collection indicate a projected increase of 2.5% from fiscal year 2025 projection of $64 million to $65.6 million for the fiscal year 2026. This optimistic projection is supported by steady growth in real property tax values and a continued strength in demand. The economy's positive performance in this sector is expected to contribute to higher anticipated collections in property taxes. Gross receipt tax collections indicate a projected increase of about 3% from fiscal year 2025 projection of $213.8 million to $220.2 million for fiscal year 2026. This upward trend is attributable to anticipated capital project bundles and construction activities slated for 2026, which are expected to contribute positively to revenues collections. To include gross receipt tax collected from mitigation and disaster recovery projects, estimated at $48.9 million versus $22.06 million for fiscal year 2025. The potential collections increase will be to $269.2 million, or 14%. Excise taxes. Excise tax collections indicate a projected increase of 1.5% from fiscal year 2025. The projection of $36.4 million to $37 million for fiscal year 2026. This sustainable growth trajectory is attributable to the tourism sector and planned construction in industry activities slated for fiscal year 2026. These factors are expected to contribute positively to revenue collections. To exclude excise tax collected in an amount of $11.7 million from mitigation and disaster projects, the government could realize a potential collection increase to $48.7 million, or 33.7%. Other notable tax increases can be found in various areas, including the hotel, non-hotel tax, which is slight increases preliminary actuals for fiscal year 2025 of $44.4 million to revenue projections of $45.7 million, or approximately 3% in the fiscal year 2026. While hotel and non-hotel taxes are not part of the general fund, this growth shows stability for the tourism revolving fund. These funds are being tracked along with other local funds to provide an overall revenue projection that aligns with proposed appropriations. Please note that legislation passed in late 2025 would enable additional collections of new revenues that were not accounted for fiscal year 2026 projections, as well as prior fiscal years. While some decreases are anticipated, it is important to recognize that these additional revenues will help mitigate the projected decreases in local taxes for this fiscal year. These new revenues will also be identified in future revenue collections. Overall, the general fund revenue projections of $864,132,155 for fiscal year 2025 have increased to a projected $936,426,140, or 7.7%, for fiscal year 2026. Additionally, while general fund is projected to collect net revenue, the gross revenue collections projected are at $1,027,803,846. The FY 2026 budget projection remained mostly consistent with those of the prior years. However, there's a notable change concerning the Department of Justice, and the DOJ has requested funding for a new child support payment system to meet the change in demands outlined in the grant final rule. The proposed budget for this system is $12 million, which a normal 66-34 match requirement. At this time, no communication has been received indicating whether the grantor will approve the proposed funding. However, it's recommended that a special fund, non-general fund source, be utilized for the 34% match. It is also important to note spending on one-time grants such as American Rescue Plan Act, which is ARPA, and COVID-19 grants decreases the budget availability presented, but these temporary grants have not led to major adjustments in long-term predictions. Budget overview. All funds. The proposed fiscal year 2026 budget from Government of the Virgin Islands include expenditures totaling $1,759,678,223. This amount includes appropriated and non-appropriated funds. There's a chart below as you can actually follow. As for federal funds, the total federal grants funding projected to be available to the territory for fiscal year 2026 has increased significantly by 237%, reaching $20,652,759,692. This is an extraordinary change compared to the $8.7 billion presented in fiscal year 2025. As previous year, the driver for the increase is additional disaster funding allotted to the territory. The Office of Disaster Recovery anticipates $643.5 million of the obligated $23 billion will be spent on disaster recovery projects throughout the territory in fiscal year 2026. This will result in $139.2 million in revenue, $78.5 in gross receipts, $78.5 in income tax, $48.97 in withholding taxes, and $11.69 million in excise taxes. The projections were made based on hazard mitigation and recovery construction activity. These projects include utility, healthcare, infrastructure, and educational projects. In addition to disaster funding, $706,167,458 of the projected total represents non-disaster related funds available to the Government of the Virgin Islands. This amount includes $37.1 million from the Department of Interior of Insular Affairs. This continued support provides the resources towards disaster recovery and mitigation and overall improvements in the territory. I would be remiss to not highlight the environment within the federal government continues to be fluid, as U.S. executive orders have imposed new requirements and restrictions on federal grant spending or delayed issuance of yearly funding opportunities as languages and applications are being updated by granting agencies based on executive orders. These orders have created challenges for grant administrators in complying with changing regulations. As many of these orders are being contested in courts, the fiscal year 2026 budget remained consistent in budgeting of formula grants, with no significant decreases, including due to the unpredictability, and only communicated cancellations were adjusted. As these events unfold, the U.S. VI must remain vigilant and adaptable to potential changes in funding the eligibility requirement, with prioritization of federal spending of most critical needs while the environment stabilizes. Briefly touching on government's debt, the government of the Virgin Islands is authorized to issue various types of municipal securities, including general obligation bonds and revenue bonds. The revised Organic Act restricts the issuance of general obligation bonds, capping it at 10% of the total assessed valuation of taxable property in the territory. The fiscal year 2024 assessed valuation of the taxable property stands at $15.1 billion. Therefore, the ceiling of potential obligation debt is approximately $1.5 billion. As of April 30th, 2025, the outstanding general obligation debt is $453.1 million. Therefore, approximately is about $1.04 billion in general obligation debt capacity available. The government of the Virgin Islands currently has a line of credit facility for $150 million, with $100 million assigned to the hazard mitigation and recovery projects and $50 million for government operations. The outstanding balance in the line of credit as of April 30th is basically $89.8 million. The line of credit expires December 31st, 2026. As you are aware, the management and issuance of government debt is the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. The authority in 2024 had an average of about $140.2 million under management and generated about $6.4 million in investment earnings. As of April 30th, 2025, the Public Finance Authority was holding an unexpended $73 million for capital projects, of which $55.6 million was unexpended bond proceeds and $16.4 million was unexpended community facility trust funds and $1 million from the general fund. Finally, the Rum Come Over program for fiscal year 2025 projection is about $210 million. The current rate of $10.50 and the government of the Virgin Islands continue to lobby for the previous rate of $13.25 per proof gallon. This is an ongoing event in terms of lobbying to try to get this rate back to $13.25. Cash flow. The government of the Virgin Islands reported a net available cash balance of $75 million, with $59.7 million held in general fund and $15.3 million in special funds. These figures reflect liquid assets net of issued but uncleared checks. The Government Budget Stabilization Fund, a key component of a long-term fiscal sustainability, currently holds a balance of $11 million. We remain committed to strengthen this reserve annually with a target to increase the fund by a minimum of $5 million in each fiscal year to enhance resilience against future economic shocks. The total outstanding vendor payments amounted to $48.4 million, of which $42.2 million is attributable to the general fund and special fund. It is important to note that this figure includes $17 million in monthly health insurance premiums due on June 1st, which was settled on the final Thursday of May. Adjusting for this payment, for the adjusted balance of outstanding vendor payables was approximately $23 million. The ERP system reported a financial surplus of approximately $2.6 million, with a total revenues of $392.3 million versus expenditures of $389.7 million, indicating stability and control. Now let's discuss the human capital of the territory. So the total number of employees in the government of the Virgin Islands is 10,008. The current central government employee population is 5,887, which includes 3,008 employees in St. Thomas St. John District and 2,879 employees in the St. Croix District. Among these, 1,356 unclassified employees, 4,408 classified employees, 44 part-time and 79 per diem. For fiscal year to date, Division of Personnel has processed 2,362 personnel actions, which include 418 hires and 225 separations. It's important to note here is that, as you can see, despite we hire, we lose employees almost at basically a 1-to-1 ratio. So this is something important to note as we go through the discussion, especially when it comes to retirement. In fiscal year 2025, the total insurance coverage, which included medical, dental, vision, life insurance, increased from $206.2 million in fiscal year 2024 to $226.1 million in fiscal year 2025. This represents an increase of approximately $19.9 million or 9.7%. Employees with single coverage experienced a premium increase of about $5.11, while those with family medical and dental coverage saw an increase of $9.31. Retirees under the age of 65 with single coverage experienced an increase of $6.97. Retirees with family medical and dental coverage saw an increase of $12.24. Currently, employees are contributing a cost share of approximately 27% instead of a 35%, with the government covering 73%. Both the employer and employee share have increased by 4% in fiscal year 2025. The Health Insurance Board is in the process of negotiating new contracts. However, based on the current claims experience, and it is anticipated that there will be a rate increase for fiscal year 2026, effective October 1st, 2025. The Division of Personnel and the Health Insurance Board will review options at the next board meeting later this month. Currently, there are 14,146 members covered under the health insurance plan. And of course, it shows in detail the next lines going forward. From October 1st, 2024, the total payment to all carriers has been $105,695,077.55. So far, the employer share paid to Cigna is $61,033,626.22, while employee share paid to Cigna is $22,574,080.93. The employer share to United is $9.8 million, and the employee share is $3.6 million. As for collective bargaining, the Office of Collective Bargaining continues to negotiate with various unions for wages and other forms of employment. Currently, OCB is in negotiation with 15 bargaining units and a completed negotiation with 5 bargaining units for the fiscal year. Why the 5 are as follows: IAMAW for law enforcement officers and non-supervisory employees at the Waste Management Authority, OVILU for employees at the Department of Agriculture, OVILU for the employees at the Department of Justice, USW for the supervisors of the Waste Management Authority, and finally USW for the 911 emergency centers operators at VIHFA. As for retroactive wages, in accordance with Act 8985, to date, $19 million has been paid in retroactive wages to all retired and current employees. The Division of Personnel continues to process survivor claim once all required documents are received. In summary, the current fiscal outlook reflects prudent financial management underscored by positive operating margins, strategic use of liquidity resources, and a commitment to building long-term reserves. We continue to monitor and manage both local and federal funding streams to maintain operational integrity and advance the territory's fiscal health. In conclusion, the submission of the proposed executive budget of fiscal year 2026 titled Empowering Progress, Revitalization, Sustainability, and Financial Stability continues this administration's legacy of financial transparency and accountability for the government of the Virgin Islands. As we look ahead, there must be a collaborative effort to ensure investments made now and into the future with local and federal funds place the territory on firm foundation for growth, resiliency, and improved living conditions for the people of this territory. Despite the challenges posed by the federal regulations, there is a positive aspect for local, state, and territory. The evolving landscape may provide an opportunity for increased autonomy in decision-making regarding grant spending if provided directly to them. The government of the Virgin Islands will be able to leverage its knowledge of local needs and the environments to make more informed and effective spending choices. This independence would allow for a more customized approach to addressing issues and projects that are most pertinent to our communities. Overall, due to the uncertainty, we must remain adaptable to both the challenges, opportunities in the federal grant environment with an aggressive approach to expend all funds in compliant and timely manner. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Can I ask you to read that last line again, please?
Overall, due to the uncertainty, we must remain adaptable both to the challenges and opportunities in the federal grant environment with an aggressive approach to expend all funds in a compliant and timely manner. Mr. Chair, that concludes my testimony. My colleagues and I are available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Director Julio Reimer, for that testimony. And again, you provided a wealth of information for us to certainly have a discussion on this afternoon. Before we go and open up the floor for questions, I wanted to recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff, who have joined us, and he's also a committee member, as well as Senator Maurice James. Good afternoon, Senators. Thank you for joining us. We also have non-committee member, Senate President Milton Potter, with us. Good afternoon, Senate President, as well as Senate Secretary Avery Lewis. Good afternoon. So, Director, again, thank you for that testimony. Obviously, you mentioned that when we look at the FY 2025 fiscal year budget, that we have had some reconciliation and reduced the amount of anticipated revenues for FY 2025. And there seemed to have been a delta of about $40 million in that projection that had now been reduced to $893 million. Tell me, how are you addressing that reduction?
Since November, when I recognized that we had some struggles within the fiscal year 2025 budget, I started reducing the allotments to larger agencies to cover that number. Currently, as projected, we are looking at $44 million in reductions in allotments. So therefore, the $40 million is actually covered. So I'm not too worried about that.
And as a result of that reduction in appropriations, you believe that any services were impacted, consequential to that?
Currently, no. The only concern I really have is the off-island behavioral health facilities, and that's something we'll probably bring back at a later date to actually address, so that we can actually look at those facilities and how we could consolidate and have those facilities in places that we get more bang for the buck and reduce that cost going forward.
Okay. And tell me, in respect to vendors payment, you talk about vendors payment in the amount of $48.4 million. 42.2 is what's attributed to the general fund and special fund. Any light at the end of the tunnel? How are you proposing to address that AP?
Commissioner?
Good afternoon. So with the, right now we have about, well, as of May 16th, we had about 23.
Please put your name again. Our reporters are remote.
Sorry. Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner at the Department of Finance. The $23 million that we have right now, what we're trying to do is kind of focus in on our local vendors, making sure that, the local mom and pop are prioritized and they are addressed in a timely manner. We're working with the CFOs and various agencies to make sure that the invoices are in the system. Oftentimes we find out that, folks are owed, but those invoices are not yet at the Department of Finance, making it very difficult for us to address them.
Thanks. We'll dig some more into that as we go along. Director Lee, in regards to our tax filing for April 15th, obviously we have not, the May report hasn't been posted yet, but have you been able to glean any particular trending as a result of our April 15th tax deadline? How did we succeed or revenues received during that time?
Yeah. Good day, Senator. So I'm Joe Lee, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. As of the end of April, you are correct. We have not posted our May yet. We're still tallying some figures so we can post our report. But compared to last time this year, cumulatively, we are actually over 35 million. So to answer your question, we're doing better than we did last year, significantly better.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. This time I'll open up the floor for questions, and we'll allow for a 7-minute round. And we'll go in the order of Senator Balkes, Senator VLA, Senator Frederick, Senator Fonseca, Senator Gittins, Senator DeGraff, Senator James, Senator Potter, Senator Lewis. And I'll try to fill in between. At this time, Senator Balkes, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to the testifying panel here today with us concerning the fiscal year 2026 budget. I wanted to start off by asking what is the total cash on hand currently, and how does that compare to last fiscal year?
Good Good afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of Finance. Total cash in hand. Right now we have about 25 days cash in hand, amounts to about $94 million.
And how, last year around this time, do you recall what that number was?
I do not, but I'm sure somebody's going to get that for me.
Okay. Were any hiring freezes considered when you were implementing this 2026 budget planning?
No.
No. Okay. How much of the money has been saved across? I think that was answered. 44 million.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so that was answered already. Concerning utility across all departments, power. We know that that's an issue. The Water and Power Authority with utilities. But what have we done to try to bring down some of those expenses, whether it's rent, fuel expenses during this budget cycle?
So what we actually proposed, especially meeting with the CFOs, as you're aware, the CFOs now report to the Commissioner of Finance. And what we actually do is sit with them to look to see where their savings will be. On the rental front, we actually look at consolidations, and we're pushing that right now in terms of rent consolidation. So instead of having 4 locations, they might have 2. In regards to utilities, we're pretty current with the Water and Power Authority that they receive the single payer and they receive the 2 hospitals and waste management in a timely fashion every month.
Okay, very well. Have you implemented any overtime caps on any agencies?
We are working with, especially the Virgin Islands Police Department, and actually coming up with a plan to actually reduce in terms of overtime. We're working with the Bureau of Corrections and the Fire Department. Those are the 3 major ones that we normally have struggles with.
But those are our first responders, so I know that's going to be very difficult.
In some cases, there's opportunity.
Okay, very well. Are there any current building leases that are being negotiated right now that or were already in process to be renegotiated that you can consolidate some of those costs or bring them down in the negotiation process?
Yes, there's several within the Department of Health we're looking at.
Repeat that, sorry.
Several within the Department of Health we're looking at currently.
Health.
Correct.
Okay, very well. I guess when they come before the committee, we'll dive into that. What steps are being taken to reduce payment delays? Because we know that those also come with late fees and interest penalties. What are we doing there?
So part of our approach, do I need to put my name on again? Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance. So meeting with the CFOs, part of our approach is to get them to a point where we have a full understanding of everything that they have obligated the government to, not just what's in the system. So once we know everything that they have, we can then work with vendors to make sure, because part of what we're seeing is, let's say you're doing business with Department X, and then Department Y engages you as well. Some vendors are saying, I'm not doing anything until X pays me because, this has been my experience. We won't know, we won't have that information that, okay, this person is owed. So what we're doing is connecting with the CFOs to get a full understanding of everything that they owe so that we can address those payments in a better manner, more timely manner.
I know that is a multifaceted process, but late payments to vendors also sort of harms our economy.
Absolutely.
In some way, shape, or form.
Absolutely.
So, I would encourage you to try to find or expedite or find ways to be able to get those things moving along so that the economy doesn't suffer more than it already is.
Agreed.
What current general fund allotments as of today? I apologize, no. I'm talking about, is Mr. Leardam here? That's why I couldn't. Mr. Leardam from the Lieutenant Governor's office, I think he's online.
Yes, Senator.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. So,
good afternoon.
Given the initiative, and I know this is a discussion that has taken place several times, to recover property taxes overdue for more than 5 years, how much of that revenue has been collected in your efforts in 2025, and what is the projection for 2026 fiscal year?
Well, in 2025, we've collected 9.8 million. I can't speak to whether or not all of, how much of that rather was for 5 years and over, but delinquency is a delinquency. So from the time it's been delinquent, 9.8 million has been collected. Year to date, for delinquency goal for the year, it is 31 million. And we just issued the 2025 bills, so we're going to begin collecting on two different tracks, not just the delinquency track, but also on the current year track. And for 2026, the goal for delinquency collections is also 31 million.
Okay, very well. Thank you. And I want to shift over to our chief negotiator. Good afternoon. What is, if I may ask, what is the current status of the union negotiations, particularly for critical public safety and health agencies, and what is the impact should we anticipate? What type of impact should we anticipate in 2026 concerning those negotiations being approved or moving forward?
Can you be more specific about which union you're speaking about?
Public safety and health agencies.
Public safety, where we've started negotiations with the Police Benevolent Associations, PBA. We started that last year. So we have to resume that sometime this year.
1 minute.
You said health as well?
Yes.
There's a few that we have started in negotiations for employees at the hospitals as well. So
Okay.
those are ongoing.
And going back to Commissioner McCurdy, how many outstanding vendor payments do we have for fiscal year 2025 for small businesses and local contractors? And what is the amount in relation to that?
Okay, so I don't have it broken out in that specific detail. It's 23 million, but I can get that for you. And to answer your earlier question, at this point last year, we were
30 seconds.
$38 million.
38 million, okay.
Yeah.
And then through the chair for that information, if I may. I will listen adamantly as the discussion continues. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes, for your line of questions. Before we proceed on to the next senator, do you have a running tabs of all of the federal funds that have been clawed back or denied? Is there a running tab being maintained?
Yes, we can actually provide that to you. Because we do a running tab of all federal funds that come into the territory and what's expended versus what might have been clawed back or lost. So we can provide you the data.
Okay, do you have any idea what that number is at this time? Or
Off the top of my head, no.
No. What about austerity measures? We didn't talk a lot about austerity measures in your testimony. Is there any austerity measures that the governor has insists be deployed during this time, or any action, any recommendation from you in light of and I know that you talk about the allotment reduction, but is there any austerity measures being undertaken to make sure that we can remain solvent?
So most of Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance, most of our efforts are now, in meeting with the CFOs, focused more on finding efficiencies rather than cutting back things. Like the director mentioned, finding ways in which we can, do some lease consolidation. For instance, on saying CROI, OMB in finance share a space that is rented by OMB. Thank you again. But those are the type of things that we're trying to do, immediately to find some ways to reduce costs.
And what are we doing in the area of rentals? I see that there seem to be an increase in rentals coming through, and of course we'll have an opportunity to vet that when property and procurement come before us. But are you concerned with the amount of government rentals that you have seen of late?
No, there are several things that has to happen. Like in the case of Human Service in the Department of Health, in order to fix the Newt Hansen building or the locations they at, that with recovery dollars, they have to move. So they have to go rent somewhere to actually be accommodated. But of course, hopefully they'll be funded by federal funds to actually move them across. But in terms of rentals, if it's unnecessary, we have actually went through the process with the CFOs to say, hey, can you give me a list of your rentals? Can you tell me what it's costing you? Can you consolidate? Instead of having 4 rentals, can you have 2? Can you have 1 because of the number of employees you have? And that's what we're pushing towards to get the savings. So we're trying to eliminate any waste or any abuse in regards to those topics, but we're really trying to be more efficient, and the efficiency will actually move the number pretty easily.
Thank you for that. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Kurt Violet. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
You said you're trying. Is that trying in a good word at all? You're talking about austerity measures. Are they going to cut or they're not going to cut? Because we could try and result in no change. Are we demanding or mandating that they consolidate and that they submit to you a plan that shows a consolidation?
It's a mandate. So we have mandated through myself and the Commissioner of Finance, who basically work together with these CFOs, to say come back with a plan that shows us the consolidations.
A verbal or written mandate?
Written.
Okay, thank you so much. In reference to fringe benefits as we go through each department, are you calculating health insurance at what rate? The one that was there before, you going back to the 65-35? What figure is in here? 65-35 or 73-27?
73-27.
73-27.
Correct.
Okay. So that's with the understanding that that is the way any increase is going to be paid for.
Correct.
Okay. And you have already anticipated X amount increase in the policy, in the numbers that you provided?
Yes.
Okay. What percentage? 18, 20? What?
I think it was 9%.
9%?
Yes.
Okay. The fund balances that were provided, are the fund balances right? Were those numbers scrubbed?
Which ones?
All of them. Your fund balances?
Some of them, sorry.
Some of them?
Some of them, well, a couple of them, in reviewing them yesterday, we noted some forced errors that we need to go back and fix. For instance, the Budget Stabilization Fund, I think the balance that was provided was 2 point, okay, so it was corrected? Perfect.
It's 11 million.
It is 11 million now, but I think...
You holding my time, right? The good senator asking question on my time. He just took 30 or 45 seconds on the time.
He responded. He helped to respond on their behalf.
Calmate, as they would say. Calmate. Your turn coming. Calmate. Is that your question?
Please return, Senator Velez, 45 seconds. Senator Fonseca is excited about the $11 million in the stabilization fund.
In reference to the comparison, because I see you're doing, and which is needed, you're doing a year-over-year comparison.
Yeah.
And we are doing better this year than we did last fiscal year.
That is correct.
But last fiscal year, what was the deficit?
100.
Roughly. Julio, you guys, what do you have it in your head?
About 100.
Okay. Just like out. I remember that number. That's a nice flat number. So, just colleagues, I don't want to give false hope by the comparison of this fiscal year versus last fiscal year, because last fiscal year was just horrible, correct?
It was the more difficult year, yes.
Yeah, so we need to really go back a little bit more to get a fair comparison as to how we're doing financially.
So, Senator, of course, when we did this budget, we went across 3 fiscal years.
Okay.
And did a comparison and did a weighted average to determine what would actually be a budget that actually we could actually support. So that's where you see the numbers come out to be highly conservative, because we actually went back 3 years because, of course, there are one-offs such as ARPA is in there in the previous years. So we did that.
A budget that's realistic.
Correct.
Okay, now you projected numbers. A kind of smart way of doing it. You projected numbers, and then afterward you say, but if disaster recovery monies come in, this is the potential. So individual income tax, you have
78 million.
You have a
78 million.
Yeah, but you have a deficit first, and then you said if.
Correct.
Okay, why are we doing this if? Why we can't make that happen?
It can really happen. We just have to make sure it happens. See, the enforcement, that's what part of the core agencies is. The enforcement has to happen. Of course, in construction, as everybody's aware, there's times where contractors do the right thing and other times they don't. So that's where the enforcement is going to come in, number one. So you give you about $78 million in withholding taxes. We have about $48.7 million roughly in terms of gross receipt. But besides that, here it is, there are agencies that we have found, of myself and Commissioner McCurdy have found, which is semi-autonomous, that are not withholding the gross receipt up front. And we expectations of we actually going to enforce that also. In terms of excise taxes.
Do you need legislation for that? Or you could
no. Okay. You already have legislation to do the actual advanced gross receipts. It's just to enforce it.
Any of those gross receipts outstanding? Have you been able to capture all of them from the semi-autonomous contracts that they have?
That's what we're actually looking at right now. And then finally, we have never looked at excise taxes and determined what's going to happen going forward with these major construction projects.
Okay, so hold up a minute, because the time is going to run out. Are we expecting our economy to expand?
Yes.
Okay. So if we're expecting, we're talking about projects, you're talking about a new hotel coming online, Sugar Bay being built, all of these different projects. Why do you have a decrease without the disaster recovery projects? Why are you projecting decrease in certain areas or just a minimal increase? If you're going to have 600 individuals working, that's more disposable income. People are going to be spending. We should be collecting more gross receipts. You're just being conservative because you don't want to make sure that your budget.
The budget doesn't look like 2025's budget.
Okay. The vendor payments, you spoke about behavioral health, and I've been getting a lot of phone calls from vendors off island for behavioral health that have not been paid for the entire, from January to now, that are housing individuals from the Virgin Islands. How are we going to get them paid? Some are threatening to send patients back. How are we going to get them paid?
So, good afternoon, Senator Kevin McCurdy, Department of Finance. That is all captured in our efforts with meeting with the CFOs. We need for them to prioritize those things that will, prevent that level of disruption in terms of people coming back and just folks getting paid and in a timely manner. Part of the issue is, and we've addressed that, is the director has allowed for those budgets to be online so that, I think for the entire year, correct, so that folks can address those payments. What we have is a hole that we've been trying to fill, where we haven't received those invoices, but we've now paying current year, using current year money to pay for prior year expenses, which kind of puts us in a kind of a funny position.
Okay. Don't you need legislative authorization to do that?
Correct.
You have it? No?
No.
So you need this body to pass the authorization to pay the prior year obligations?
Correct. We're going to bring that.
So you're preparing a bill that's going to tell us what those areas are, submitted to the chair of the Finance Committee?
Yes.
That is correct.
Part of it is the major part of it is your prior year for off-island behavioral facilities.
Okay, so we kind of need that pretty quick so you could begin to address that. So we can perhaps hold that after one of the budget hearings. In reference to the CDBG MIT, Ms. Williams, Dr. Lane, have the rules and regs been adopted for that?
To my understanding, yes, and they are working to move their projects.
To your understanding, yes or yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we now
1 minute
have the ability to utilize the fundings that was under that particular category.
That's correct. The individual projects requires a authorization for grant funds on an individual basis, but they have access to the mitigation grant funds.
And we're fully in the process of being able to spend those monies.
Yes, the Housing Finance Authority is working towards that end.
Okay.
30 seconds.
The monies that were deposited in the bank in Texas, I asked for a report on that. Do you guys have a report on that in terms of how much taxes was collected? Not taxes, interest. Where did those interests go? How much money was spent? What's the remaining balance in that account?
I believe we provided that information, but if we didn't, team, as I know you're listening, we need to.
I think you said, what, 39 million or something, but we wanted to know how much interest did we accumulate from that particular account? How was those money spent?
Yeah.
Because when we did, when the budget was done for the last fiscal year, I wasn't a member of this body, but there was a specific allocation in terms of ARPA funds that was supposed to be used to supplement the budget, correct?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Did you use more than that amount that was specified in the budget?
No.
No, I don't believe so. I don't know to mind. No, we haven't.
No.
Go ahead.
No, but we'll verify for you. But no, I know for sure it's no.
Okay. And you're getting the amount of interest, you're going to provide that to us?
Yes. So I just want to caution us a little bit. There's certain, because right now we have some securities out that will expire in a couple of weeks. And we're in negotiation with a couple of financial institutions on what that looks like going forward and how we bundle it. we can provide a lot of information. It would be better for us to provide some of those information outside of this setting, where we can have it to you in writing rather than having this discussion in the open, kind of showing our strategy in terms of our investment approach going forward.
Okay, and last question, Mr. Chair. Before the specific account was established for the Epstein monies, those monies were part of the general fund before?
Somebody would have to tell me that, because I wasn't here. And I don't want to tell you what I think. I want to tell you what I know. So if you can allow me to provide that to you.
Okay, and where those interests went? Did those interests just remain in the general fund, or was that placed in a special account?
So I know for sure our approach to interest has been, we would use the interest that we get to service, whether it's our line or accounts that we have, so we don't have bank charges, because we use the interest to service those those lines. So the interest might just be zero or very minimal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA, for your line of questions. Director Williams-Octolane, in the testimony here, we talk about, or we see where there is an anticipated projection of the expenditure of $643.5 million for disaster recovery in FY 2026. Can you speak to the level of urgency of the game plan in pushing these projects forward to ensure, at least to make sure that these projects are advanced?
Yes, Senator. Adrian Williams-Octolane. We are pushing the Rebuild USVI is allowing us to get a significant amount of those projects out to bid and executed. Those projections and the amount that we expect to spend for the next fiscal year has been included, but it's a very aggressive schedule because we want to make sure that all the contracts get under contract. All of the projects get under contract by the end of this year.
And we also recognize the fact that $643 million in comparison to $23 billion, or maybe 20 now, billion dollars is still a minor amount in the grand scheme of things in terms of those expenditures. And at the time where we continue to see the federal drawbacks and pullback on these funding, how concerned we are in terms of expediting some of this expenditure towards the $20 billion?
So, Senator, the expenditures come as the projects progress. So we are looking at hospitals and schools with 3-year construction period. We would expect to see the expenditures ramp up as we move along. $643 million is a conservative estimate. There's still some other projects outside of there, but we want to make sure that the projections that we give take into consideration all of the challenges that happen with projects and timelines. But we expect that we should, in order to meet that timeline, we would need to be expending $2 billion a year. And we expect for that to ramp up as we move along and projects move from the pre-construction phase into the construction phase.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And one last, before we go on to Senator Fredericks for his line of questions, is for the Director of Personnel. In respect to the government employees, I see where we have, in terms of government employees, you have about 10,000 government employees slated. And in central government in itself, we have 5,886 central staff employees, central government employees. So you're saying that the additional 4,121 is for other branches of government, semi-autonomous agencies, and autonomous agencies?
Correct. That would be inclusive of your semi-autonomous, your judicial, and your legislature branch as well.
Okay. That's clear.
Point of information.
And obviously, when you talk about there's pretty much a wash, and I think that I heard the director of OMB also spoke to that, where we're seeing that the amount of true attrition, and hires, when we do that, we just exchange it one-on-one, so there's no real significant improvement in terms of hires that will drive the GRS conversation further.
Correct.
what is being done to ramp up hiring?
So we're going towards focusing on the different demand sectors and focusing on those individuals interested by demand sector, as well as making sure we're in the high schools, we're at UVI, various colleges, and definitely partnering with various agencies at various job fairs and making sure that our presence are known, and we've increased our social media presence as well.
All right, I'll allow for Senator Frederick to go, but obviously we're saying that we have the positions available, but we're having difficulties in being able to fill those positions. So we have a deeper conversation with that a little bit later on. Senator Heber Frederick, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, the beautiful people of the Virgin Islands. My question goes out to Dr. Davies. How you doing, sir? Welcome aboard.
Thank you, sir.
Let's talk some numbers here. In terms of unemployment rate for the U.S. Virgin Islands, can you tell me what that is?
With respect to unemployment, I think we are still quite low, just around 4%.
In terms of the construction sector, what can we anticipate that to be?
I think, as was stated by other colleagues and testifiers here today, there are numerous projects on the docket to go forward. And once these projects are put in place, we would expect to see a ramp up in employment. As a matter of fact, if we do an economic impact analysis of that $644 million, we will be able to share with you and tell you exactly what that is. I took the liberty of actually doing that and spending that $644 million, we would have a direct, indirect, and induced impact of 6,045 jobs in the U.S. Virgin Islands, with $365 million in earnings. That's in 2026 dollars. $871 million in territory-wide economic output, and a one-time addition of $458 million to the territory's GDP. That's just for those projects. And if we look at the $1.75 billion in the overall budget, 1.76, that would account for 12,223 jobs with $789 million in earnings in 2026 dollars, 2.1 billion in territory-wide economic output, and a one-time addition of 1.9 billion to the territory's GDP.
So definitely I see opportunities in the future.
Certainly, certainly.
Ms. Richardson, Director Richardson, and I am so happy we have a lot of opportunities, job opportunities coming, so clearly your responsibility would be placement of these jobs. Where are we in terms of being prepared for that? Because from my standpoint, we haven't done anything salary-wise to really attract more high-end earners. So these seems to be more construction-type jobs. So what's in plan?
Well, that would be more to me on the private sector area, but from my perspective, we do have a recruitment campaign that we're going to be launching very soon that will be able to be utilized by everyone to recruit on a local, regional, and national level. So I'm hoping that that will be able to assist all agencies so that they can utilize that across the board to attract some of these positions that we're looking forward to.
So, Director Lee, so with this great news that I'm hearing now, I'm anticipating our income taxes to be higher than what we predict, what's projected here. I see like a 2% increase in the projection. Is that what from this fiscal year, 2025 to 26?
Good day, Senator. Joe Lee, the Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue. It's actually a 2% decrease And, the assumption is those positions get filled. That's not a conservative approach that we're taking. Even though those opportunities exist, once again, we're trying to be conservative. So although we see a potential of new employees, overall, based on what I've observed, a lot of our swings this year has been based on capital gains, which is driven by the market. I don't see that happening on the same proportion this year than it was last year. So although we may be adding a handful or more jobs, proportionately, they're not going to provide enough income taxes that would replace the capital gains boom that we would have achieved last year that we're gaining this year.
All right, thank you, Senator. Yes, just to qualify further. Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. Within the context of an economic impact analysis, we look at the jobs that money spent will have an impact on the community, direct, indirect, as well as induced. So within that particular context, the 12,223 jobs, that includes those that were listed here today, roughly that 10,000 plus. Plus you have contractors that will do work for the government. And so it's not a matter of new jobs at this stage, but the support that will be reflected or the impact that will be had as a result. So that when one person is paid, when a contractor is paid, and he or she makes a purchase from a store, that has an impact for the people who work there. When the employee is paid and they go to the supermarket, that has an impact. So we calculate all of that with different estimates to ensure that we're able to see what type of impact the economy is having at any particular time.
Thank you very much. I have a question. I was trying to figure out if anyone indicated, because I haven't seen it yet, the 3% tax that we had on the wires. Commissioner McCurdy, can you tell me, was that line item on your budget? The 3% wire tax that the legislature passed.
Oh, for the money transfer?
Yeah. Was that reflected in this budget?
No.
Okay. What's the anticipation of that
1
revenue
minute.
this year?
Currently, because you don't have enough data, it's difficult to project. So that's what we're going to work with the Lieutenant Governor's office to see what the numbers are. So that's why we didn't put it in the 2026. That's what I mentioned in my testimony, that there's opportunity there.
There's an opportunity. Okay, great. So, on the leases, on the lease end that we talked about, Director Reimer, on the leases that we were trying to consolidate, aren't we currently in long-term leases right now? So how do we, are we willing
30
to
seconds.
pay the prepayment penalty to get out of those leases, or these are just expiring leases that you're talking about consolidating so we could save some money?
Most leases I've seen with the government don't have prepayment penalties. The government has a term that it just needs to issue a letter to the actual landlord to say that here it is, I'm about to leave. And I think it's not normally 90 days to 180 days.
Okay, so it won't be any problem for them to get out of their leases then?
That's correct.
Awesome. Awesome.
Time.
Oh, well, Mr. Chair, I've got one other question. One other factor I wanted to touch on real quick was the NSF checks, the collection effort that's being done right now. The last time I checked, there was over $30 million we had in NSF checks. Where are we with that collection effort?
Good afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of Finance. Right now, we have about $4 million. However, that number is a moving target. What we're trying to do, and this week, the Treasury Division met with the Justice Department to iron out a way. Our issue is each department has an individual way to approach it, and that is kind of putting us in a bind. So let's say IRB might have a check that when it comes to me, it says it's a bounce check. But IRB would have already engaged with that vendor to recoup the money. So by the time we get to it, we're kind of wasting our efforts to say, okay, where are we with this check? And it's like, okay, we already collected that. So what we're doing then is trying to find a way where we're better aligned so that we're not reinventing the wheel every time and going after, people who already settled their debt with the government.
And may I interject? I don't want the perception to be it's a bounce NSF check. A lot of the checks that IRB gets, believe it or not, are because the banks do not recognize the signature. And that's the bank's protection mechanism. A taxpayer comes in, writes a big check. If that signature does not align with what they have in the signature card, it will get rejected. Most of the times, the taxpayer has no problem coming back and we recover that. But I don't want this perception to be it's an NSF scenario, in totality, because it's not.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. But there must be some reconciliation of that. I mean, we can't have it out there that there's $4 million of worthless checks, and we're fighting or having discussion about whether or not it's true or untrue or whatever. I think even when you go to the Department of Justice, then that's to the extreme side of it, where now you have not been able to redeem or make good on those bounce checks. So there must be some communication mechanism developed, a simple software if necessary, to be able to ensure that there is some collaboration occurring between the agency that received the bounce check when they get to finance, and then how it moves on then to the police department as well as the Department of Justice. But the numbers are skewed, always impactful when you hear $4 million in bounce check. You're correct about that, but where is the reconciliation being done in the conversation? So that needs to happen.
Absolutely, and that is exactly what's happening this week. It's a collaborative effort, and we're making sure that we're talking more, not just. I think part of our approach is supposed to be once we get the information, we then just pass it on to the Department of Justice. But as the good director said, it makes no sense for us to just pass it off and then only to find out that the person already settled their debt with the government for a check that was maybe your signature wasn't written properly. So we're having those conversations.
Oh, very well. I'm having a hard time in hearing that we're talking about 7 years in, we're still talking about recruitment plan. I think that by this time we should have already, I hear that you having a plan going forward where you'll be moving a recruitment campaign. Why only now? What's happening in that space that presented some challenges from that occurring before?
So it's a marketing campaign that will be able to be utilized by each and every agency. And I really see it going out more on a regional and national level. So we had to put out an RFP for that. So it has taken us a little bit longer than I anticipated. But, when I looked at some of the recruitment efforts that were being done, those are, they're standard. So I wanted this to be something a little bit more. So it's taken us a little bit more time. But I'm hoping that it's coming out of the contracting phase right now, so we'll be able to begin shortly with that.
All right, we'll continue to have some conversation about point of information. Senator Gittins, you recognize your point of information? Bolkes? I'm sorry, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of information is in relation to the Department of Labor. On page 92 of the proposed executive budget, there are line items for other services and charges and utilities. Does that include rent for the Department of Labor?
Yes.
Okay, so we moved, this body moved Act 8802, which moved to purchase the Department of Labor building, so rent should not be included in that projection. I'm not sure if that's entirely included, but we'll just revisit those numbers at the appropriate time.
Yeah, the issue with that is that obviously the transfer didn't occur in a timely fashion, and they continue to be in the building, which means that they have to pay the rent until such time as they're able to transact the purchase of the building. So that's where that delay is coming in. They had a debt with the previous owner, and it had some probate issues, so that's what caused some of that delay, Senator. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Okay, I wanted to start with ODR, Ms. Octillion Williams. So what's the total obligations to date?
23.9 billion.
Okay, good. So I noticed the last testimony we got here from you dated February 18th, 25. You were expecting 441 million in recovery, and now we're at about $644 million. That's what you're saying?
So, yes, our last budget hearing, we projected for this fiscal year 441 million in expenditures. We are on track, and we expect an increase of around 200 plus million for next year, very conservative estimate.
Okay, good. And you already mentioned that you want to ramp up to about 2 billion because you know the numbers. If you spend 2 billion, then you'll get the 23 billion in a little bit more than 10 years. So that's good, that's good. Okay, so of course the gross receipts tax went up from 17.7 to 32 million. Those are good things. So I want to ask you, Wang Louis Hospital, when will Wang Louis Hospital start the construction and the demolition and the reconstruction?
So we are anticipating the bids to come in next week, I believe it is. And then after that, we should get a pre-construction contract within 90 days. And it should be 60, but timelines for any other issues we have in negotiations with the contract. So 90 days, we should execute our contract.
Okay, good. Great. So I wanted to go to Julia Reimer. So just give me a ballpark figure of the impacts of the federal cuts. We heard the Commissioner of Health said there was cut. We know the Head Start was cut 2 million. We know education had some trailers and some cuts and stuff. What's the overall impact of the cuts to the VI government from the federal action of the new administration so far?
Senator, it continues to be fluid. Like, for example, the Department of Education has a pause on a grant that's 33 million. We're going through the process now of actually getting approval, so we're going back and forth with the U.S. Department of Education. It's been a struggle in terms of having that back and forth because every week somebody disappears in the U.S. Department of Education. So because we started with 4,400 employees at the Department of Education, which is federal, they're now down to somewhere like 1,000. So constantly we're in communication with somebody new constantly. So the number somewhere is between, you could say 10 million and 50 million, all depending on where this 33 million ends up. If we get the funds approved, that we can actually continue spending those funds, that number will actually significantly drop.
Okay, and then before I get to the issue of the budget stabilization fund, because I know my colleague, the majority leader, had a question on it, but I want to ask you, so far the indirect costs, what's the balance on the drawdowns from the general fund? What's the impact to the general fund of the indirect cost drawdown?
There's not really an impact on the indirect funds. Each agency is different. So
what I wanted to know is,
more specific.
Are we still, I think the last time you put a number about 60 million that we can draw down for indirect costs, but you had hit the general fund to cover it. How are we with that now?
The indirect fund continues to be at the same number we have from before. It has not changed. What we told you before is that we're trying to get to the de minimis rate. The de minimis rate is actually at 15% now, and we're collecting somewhere, it depends on the agency, from anywhere from 6% to 10%.
Okay, so you've implemented a new procedure to speed up those drawdowns. What have we done to improve that?
Commissioner?
So for the drawdowns, to make sure that folks are, so we've collected in federal monies $392 million We've spent $389. Now, we've been able to wrap our hands around that. What we haven't been able to do or done a good enough job of is separating that out by, okay, this is 24, this is 25. We have not been able to do that. We progress, but not where we want to be. We want to be able to say, here's what we collected for 25, here's where we're lacking, here's where we need more effort, and we're just not there yet. We're making progress, but not where we want to be.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Chair, I think maybe that would be a good key performance target for your area, because that's very important. Okay, so let me get now to the budget stabilization fund. It's at 11 million, you said? That's the number? Because I thought that's the number I saw.
That is correct.
Okay, so how, because the last time we got a report after the Senate, the legislature had canceled the emergency thing for WAPA, it was less than 2 million, now you got up to 11. What did you do to get that amount of money in 5 months?
So the legislature appropriates $5 million annually that goes to the fund.
Right, annually.
And what we've been doing is, because we've gotten a little better with cash, is sending the money where it needs to go.
Okay, so what's your cash on hand right now?
Cash in hand right now is $94 million.
And how many days?
25.
Wow, those are good numbers. Okay, so good. Let me ask you now, with the expenditures, how long is it taking for a contractor to get paid once they submit an approved invoice? I'm talking about the ODR contracts.
The ODR contracts, 30 days.
30 days.
1 minute.
Awesome. Everything has improved. Okay, good. That's great to know. Okay, so I want to ask you now, with the Roy Lester Snyder. How about the Roy Lester Snyder? Where are we with getting that out to bid? Any projections?
I could give you actuals. Just wanted to update the response I gave earlier.
Okay.
So Roy Schneider and Wang F. Louis are currently out to bid. The original
30 seconds.
date was the 10th, but we gave an extension, so it's now June 20th for both. They're all in one solicitation.
Wow, that's a big one.
Two big
Yeah,
ones.
that's a big one. Okay, good. So now, quickly, I want to get to Ms. Richardson for personnel. Okay, so the health insurance. We're expecting the health insurance to go up a little bit. And is that incorporated in the budget projections? Mr. Chair, if I can just wrap up. Is that incorporated in the projection?
Yes, as I said earlier, Senator, yes.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Okay, good. And so then we're going to be able to pay them on time. We have that budgeted because that issue had came up recently.
As indicated in my testimony, we actually paid them timely, and we actually paid them early this month.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca, for your line of questions. Senator Viola, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Reimer, in reference to the money you just spoke about for education, the $33 million that you're battling to try to get back, a lot of those monies were for summer maintenance, and the next set of those monies were for material and supplies that are already on island. If we don't get our money back, what's the plan?
That's what we're looking at now. We're working with Department of Education to figure out what's the plan if there's no grant. There's $33 million, there's generators that's already on the ground, and we're looking to see exactly how much it is. We spoke to the Department of Education and said, put a halt right now on any other additional spending until we could clarify what's going on at the federal end.
So there is a possibility outstanding vendor payment could increase by $33 million?
Not 33, about 9 million.
Okay, I guess the chair would discuss our discussion that we had. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it's going to be important that we're able to meet and have a discussion in regards to that matter, because obviously this is impacting the summer maintenance. There's some $7 million that's currently needed right now to be able to make things happen. So we need to meet sooner rather than later so that we could be able to support and assist them in that endeavor. And that brings me to my Director Richardson in regards to the position transfers for the Bureau of School Maintenance. What's the status of that? Have we been able to complete those transfer of positions?
We have completed a majority of those transfers. We are having some issues with the classification as the way it was done at education, so we're trying to make them whole and do it correctly. So we are working with them diligently, and we do have a biweekly meeting with them to make sure that everybody is working on that project to make sure that everybody's transferred in time. It does not stop the work, but we are making sure that it's done correctly.
Any timeline for completion? Any set timeline?
I had asked for it to be done by the end of May, so a good portion of them have been done, but there's still a few that are pending right now, and they are diligently working on those.
Yeah. It's creating some distraction. I mean, obviously, while work continues, I still think that there's some distraction occurring with that between both the school maintenance and the Department of Education. So it's something that needs to close the loop on that. Okay. Point of information, Senator Lewis. Point of information for Senator Lewis.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Director Williams Actelin. I apologize. Williams Actelin. Just before school closed, I was really glad when I went to BCB and I started generators and so forth there. But then I realized I started to call you about some other stuff because I got some inquiries about payments and so forth. Help me to understand something here about obligation. Were these funds not already obligated? Was some invoices turned in late or something before we could even get to procure them? I'm not certain. Just help educate me a little bit on that, please.
Sure. Adrian Williams Actelin. The obligations are funding that has been authorized to be expended, but before we can draw the funds down, we must submit invoices, and then the invoices must demonstrate the work completed and be able to meet the federal requirements. So sometimes invoices may not have the proper supporting documentation that may delay it, and we send it back to the contractor so they can provide whatever that missing documentation is.
Don't make me no more. Good. Director, the reason why I'm asking is because I was so excited when I started generation and generators. And at least 3/4 of the work have been completed in some instances. I think it's a matter of connection or some different things. And now to hear that the contractors can get paid and the money, according to the director here, I want to use the word claw back, but they don't have access to it anymore. You know, I thought once it's obligated, I was under the assumption, I think in a previous testimony, once things are obligated, we wasn't going to lose it.
Right, so remember, we're talking about two different funds. This is two different grants. So that funding that you're speaking of, referring to those generators, is ARPA funding. And then, you know, on my side is the recovery, FEMA, HUD, FEMA dollars mostly. So that's under ARPA, and probably Director Rema could give you a better understanding.
Correct. So therefore, it's two different grant sources here. One, because it basically expired. They asked for an extension. They granted the extension. Then the new administration came on board, and they decided that here it is. We're going to put a pause on it. So that's where we're going back and forth to make sure we have the justification so they could release the funds. So right now it's on pause.
But necessarily not because it was obligated mean that they can't take it back.
In the case of US DOE, that's correct.
Right.
Can I just add something really quickly? It matters the funding source because there's some leeway that if the funding is already under contract, Depending on who is the federal funder, they will stop you from spending additional funds, but allow you to close out whatever project that's already started. So it matters the funding source.
Thank you all very much for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Next, we'll recognize Senator Gittins. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Thank you all for showing up today, for sure. I appreciate the general overview given with the fiscal year 26 budget, but I couldn't help but to notice some critical cost control topics not addressed. And given our ongoing structural deficit, I expected to hear more about fiscal discipline going on, specifically austerity measures as alluded to by the chairman earlier. OMB, are we still doing our KPIs with the departments and agencies?
Yes.
What's your grade on that? If you were to give a letter grade, what would that be?
Grading my agency or grading all
overall? Overall, what would you give it?
In terms of fiscal controls?
Anything regarding your KPI, which is more aligned with what you expect?
In regards to certain agencies, if you talk about fiscal controls, I would probably say somewhere between a C+ and a B-. There's a lot of things that we need to change on the fiscal end to make sure you have efficiencies, one, and two, you have controls in place, such as the Commissioner mentioned before, the control of how do we not incur a bunch of prior year debt and get to the point where you have a lawsuit in place where, like for behavioral health, they take them to court, and then we're forced to pay a prior year debt with current year money. That kind of things we have to address pretty quickly.
So that said, there also seems to be a persistent issue with unchecked overtime spending in certain departments, especially the VIPD. And the last couple of years, I have been raked over this territory because I continue to talk about it, but you see how it surfacing to the very top right now, that they're saying that it's best to go be a police than to be the governor. So, you know, again, this merits closer scrutiny. And we need to put a plan in place. So what's being done to address this particular issue?
So we sat with the three major entities that really have overtime. In the case of Bureau of Corrections, they need correction officers. So we're pushing them to get additional officers to reduce the overtime. In terms of VIPD, the commissioner already implemented a plan that we are already seeing savings from that. He's anticipating about $5 million in savings. In regards to the fire department, on fire and EMS, we're looking at that also because, of course, he needs more individuals on the EMS side versus fire. But we're looking at all aspects and reducing the actual overtime as a whole, because that is what drives the issues within the budget when it goes forward.
So you can actually provide us with a breakdown of the VIPD overtime spending for the last 2 years and explain why it's not being curtailed in this fiscal year budget?
I can provide it for you.
And is there any specific reform plan in place now or even being developed to monitor or reduce this excessive overtime spending?
Yeah, there's two components to this, Senator. One is when we're negotiating the union contract. As you're aware, when you're on duty, you have the several levels that stay on duty during one cycle. So, of course, if you address that issue, I think you reduce overtime significantly.
All right. How much of the Epstein monies have been expended thus far?
Good afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Department of Finance. We've had the 13 million from the hospitals, waste management, retro pay.
You know what'll concern me with you is you'd be looking up in the sky and you'd be looking like you thinking. I want you to look at some data and tell me firm numbers.
What? So because this is on the record, I want to make sure what I'm saying to you is not what I think, is what I know.
And that's exactly why I want to see you reading from something or tell me actual.
So I can provide you. And I was saying this earlier. Part of what we need to do, because the money.
I tell you what. Provide us with that information, please. In your statement, OMB Director, you spoke about with Act 8985 to date, 19 million has been paid in retroactive wages to all retired and current employees. What's the plan to pay out the remaining?
The remaining, of course, is the survivors of, in terms of employees that actually passed. So that they have to come in and actually go through a process to provide the documentation, et cetera. So that's what we're working on now.
So it's only survivors? What about those individuals that are still saying that they did not receive any of this?
If they haven't received it, it should be already out on the street. They just might have not received the check yet.
Okay, well, it need not be on the street. It need to be in their accounts. But I understand what you're saying. Does the administration have a plan to reduce the reliance on properties, office spaces and whatnot, especially when government-owned buildings are sitting in disrepair or
1 minute.
utilized?
We are looking at all options, Senator. We are looking at buildings where we could utilize. Like, for example, we have discussions about some schools that have closed. Can we utilize those, such as the Jarvis School right up the street here. It might be better used or better served as being a homeless shelter. It might be something like that, but we're looking at every option of how we can actually utilize government buildings that are in disrepair and how we can repair them and use them.
Good. Let's have some serious conversations on that, because I've been saying that time and time again. We could use
30
those
seconds.
shuttered schools for many things. For shelters, like you're saying, we're in the midst of hurricane season now. And all this we need to be looking at. We could be spending our dollars on refurbishing our government-owned buildings and stop taking care of other people own. And can you share data on the total expenditure on rental leases in fiscal year 25 and what targets you've actually set, if any, to reduce this in fiscal year 26?
Yes, I'll provide that to the chair.
Thank you.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some other stuff, but on the other round if you're doing a follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, birthday boy. Before we go to the point of information, in the retroactive payments, there was some retirees that Social Security was taken out for them, and this was brought up as an issue during the last retroactive payment. What are we doing to reimburse those retirees? Because the Social Security is saying that they send that money back to the government of the Virgin Islands. What is being done to make those retirees whole? Those retirees that already receive Social Security benefits and should not be paying in once again.
So what we have to quantify that amount, make contact with the individuals, and if you know somebody or you add up somebody, reach out to the Department of Finance and/or Division of Personnel and give us the information, and we will make sure that you are made whole.
Very well. We'll get that information to them because there are several that have called my office or text my phone inquiring about that, so we need to get that taken care of. Senator DeGraff, before we go to Senator DeGraff, real quickly, when was the last economic impact analysis done? And when will you be submitting the most recent one?
With respect to economic, Halden Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. With respect to economic impact analysis has been done at the BER. That may have been quite some time, many years ago.
2022.
But we are in the process of updating that so that we'll have the correct and up-to-date information that we could share.
That will be coming out this year?
That is our plan.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the wire transfer act, where is that money going? Who collects that money and where does it go?
Lieutenant Governor's office.
The Lieutenant Governor's office collect it and?
Correct.
And then it comes, well, obviously goes to finance.
Yes.
Yes, goes to Treasury.
Senator Bulkers, you recognize your point of information?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information stemmed from the previous speaker when he mentioned repurposing government buildings. And I wanted to know, are there any federal grants or even ARPA funds that are being used or have been appropriated as such to explore or to retrofit government-owned properties?
We look at all options, but ARPA funding is not available. It expired as of December 31st, 2024. It had to be obligated. But
Right, that was the question. If
yes.
it had been obligated, yes.
So nothing was obligated towards retrofitting any government building at this point. We're looking at other grants, and it adds a couple grants to the EDA that we're looking at, especially to do a project which is Zone A, which is across the street of the parking lot. So there's some funds there we're actually going to use to actually retrofit a building like that.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bulkers. Senator DeGraff, you're up next for your 7 minutes, and you'll be followed by Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I filed a protest because I want a budget book. I want a budget book. So I'm filing a protest. I'm going to put it in writing.
Senator, you will get a budget book in the next 2 weeks.
2 weeks too long. We here now today for you. You know, we need to be able to flip through pages real fast. I'm old school, so, you know, I ain't gonna.
Senator, you're killing trees.
I don't mind. First thing, I saw the legislature's budget section, their increase in other services and charges. You know, what is that for?
I'll need to look at that. Give me a second.
Yeah, okay. Legislature increase other services and charges. I just want to know what that is. How much money is left in the Epstein fund out here? That's what you're going to be sending to the center? Okay, good. Correct. The total amount? Good. Now, I saw in the book also, or on the computer, ARPA fund 38,147,943.
That's what's remaining in the fund, and most of that is obligated to projects. The amount that's going to be used for, in terms of revenue loss, is $5 million.
Only $5 million for revenue loss, and everything else is accounted for?
For a project, yes.
Okay, so $5 million revenue loss. Okay, salaries. In the 2026 budget, the lieutenant governor and the governor's salary is what? In this computerized budget?
Current salary at 192 and 168.
In the budget book? Okay, we're going to fix that, so you're going to have a savings. The minimum wage for the government employee, $27,000. We're going to fix that to $35,000. So you're going to have to recalculate some of your numbers on that, okay?
So, Senator, we got to be mindful here. It is when you move it from 27 to 32, that's $5,000 per employee. Remember, there's employees that are in between. So 28, 29, 30, 31.
Oh, we get into that, man. We get into that. But like I said,
just the 600 is 4.1 million. Just know that.
Thank you very much. We highly appreciate it. Say about time we start putting employees first. Like, you've been hearing me talk about employees for 8 years now. 9 years I'm starting it again. So we're gonna make that happen. Chief Negotiator Springett, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How many union contracts have been negotiated for 2025 in 6 months thus far, and have they been paid, and is there any retro owed to anyone?
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. In fiscal year 2025, we completed 6 negotiations thus far. Some of them are in the process of being implemented, and some are also being finalized. For example, the last one ended, and so the process of ratification and so forth are underway.
Okay, so then there's still monies owed and retro to people then?
Well, some of these contracts that are recently negotiated are effective from October 1.
Right. So because we're on the 26 budget, I want to make sure it will be reflected in the 26 budget because it's newly done, even though we haven't gone into the budget.
I provided that information to OMB, so it is factored in, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. Commissioner McCurdy, the Vernal National Guard have members who spend 20 years, and when they retire after 20 years, when they make age 55 to between 55 to 60, they're supposed to collect $350 a month until they make 60, and then go over to the federal government. They have not been collecting a dime, and the money is already allocated in their budget. So there ain't money we got to find. What's the hold up with that? These people are calling me left and right, and they deserve the money, manjees and bread we solve. So what's the hold up with that?
So do we know if those payments are at the Department of Finance? Because that's often the problem when it may be the folks who feel it, will make their concerns known. But a lot of the time, when we go back and we look at what we have, there is some missing information. The payment is not always at finance. I think that's the easiest thing for folks to say, that it's at finance, but that doesn't always happen to be the case.
Okay, so we could track it down and I get back with you on that. Thank you. Thank you for that. I checked with your staff. They've been helping me also, so thank you. And we'll follow up on that. Retro, is there $25 million in this 26 budget toward retro?
No.
No? Okay, is there any money in this budget toward retro?
No.
Okay. Because, remember the governor mentioned you'll do $25 million a year, if you can sustain it. But no, okay, so no money in it for retro. Now, Director Davies, in regards to, when I look at the personal income in the 26 budget, personal income tax, corporate income tax, real property tax, gross receipt tax, excise taxes, and look at the difference of where they show personal income tax decreased 2%, corporate tax decreased 5%, real property taxes increased 2.5%, gross receipt taxes increase of 3%, excise tax increase of 1.5%. And I look at the 25 budget book, this beautiful weightlifting book, beautiful book, and I see, the same person,
1 minute,
personal income tax, 2.7%, and the difference in the numbers and projections that you should be telling us, based on tourism is one thing, and based on the movement of some of these projects that we have at ODR, I'm gonna save the best for last at ODR, that are these accurate?
Heldon Davies, Director of Bureau of Economic Research. Within the context of the
30
particular
seconds.
question, and I will go back to other colleagues who have been dealing with that for some time. But where BR is concerned, once we receive the data that we need to do the analyses, we will do those analyses and ensure that the appropriate presentation is made to whatever body that needs that information.
Okay, the new kid in the black. And we need information in the fourth quarter. You got the ball, you're in the 20-yard line. You only got foot before this 26 budget. So
Time.
I'm bucking you. In closing, Mr. Chair, for ODR, projections of projects. Because I don't see a school built and completed, because I don't see any hospitals touched, because I don't see roads done, because I don't see different projects that would create an impact. I heard Director Davies mention that the unemployment rate was 4%. Last year it was at 3.1%. So it gone up a little. So can we realistically get 2 additional projects added I'm trying to wrap my brain around it in terms of realistically adding 2 projects before the end of this term, this year, 2025. And you could close out, thank you for the information. If you could close out on the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Sure, Senator Adrian Williams Actolin. So remember that expenditures happen even before you see construction going on. There's design work, permitting, all of the activities that happen. So we are expending funds prior to you seeing construction started. We have over $6 billion in projects that's out to bid right now. So we actually believe that we can make the projections that we have listed here that has been incorporated in the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Gittins, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And quickly before the point of information, hurry up, get my colleague the big, beautiful book so I could have him compare the big, beautiful book to the big, beautiful bill. Thanks. Listen, so you just responded to my colleague, OMB Director, that the governor's salary now reflects in this fiscal year budget at 192.
Yes.
And that of the lieutenant governor?
168.
168. And although we're looking at all that were affected under the commission plan, I'm asking this specifically. So, personnel director, are these based on the NOPAs that you have seen come across your desk? Are these the numbers that we're looking at?
Yes.
What is the salary of the governor?
192.
And the lieutenant governor?
168.
Do you have a copy of these NOPAs?
Yes, they can be provided, yes.
Can they be provided through the chair? Although we're going to address this tomorrow, I want to make sure that these are the numbers we're saying. So it is your testimony that the governor's salary reflects 192.
Correct.
And the lieutenant governor's salary reflects 168.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I guess it'll be, we need to respond to whether or not there were additional NOPAs prepared as a result of the compensation study.
To my knowledge, none has hit my queue as yet.
Okay. Only the one for the lieutenant governor and the governor, you said?
Correct.
Senator James, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, everyone inside and outside the room. I want to start by saying to Director Reimer that I also like paper, so it must be a military thing, you know, right? Must be the military. Along that same line, though, I wanted to ask if you're familiar with the National Guard Master Cooperative Agreement.
Somewhat.
Okay, the reason I asked that is because recently I was informed, and you know, you get information, it doesn't mean that it's true, that under that agreement, we spend money, meaning the National Guard, and then it's reimbursed. Some of it is 100%, 75%. And I was informed that we, the Virgin Islands government, we've paid whatever obligations we had under the MCA, as I know it. But we're not being reimbursed timely because the paperwork or whatever needs to be done has not been done. So my question to you really is, who, and I'm going to use the word monitors, to make sure that in fact, when there are these grants where we have to be reimbursed, that we're timely reimbursed, and that our money, the government funds, the general funds, are not just out there, because we need money for example, as my colleague always says, the hospitals. Can you tell me if you're aware of this situation with the Virgin Islands National Guard?
Yes. So we there's a group within my office, there's a compliance unit that actually looks at it. And we call in the National Guard, which is the Adjutant General staff, constantly to say, hey, what's going on here? Can you please provide us an update? There's a lag, and sometimes the lag might be 6 weeks, sometimes even longer than that in terms of getting reimbursed. So we're pushing the envelope to try to figure out exactly what is the issue within that office to figure out how can we actually make them comply and how we can get it reimbursed faster. That's what we're looking at now.
Okay, because the people in that office are paid well. I know that. And so the expectation is when you're paid well, you do well, you know, by the people of the Virgin Islands, and especially by the service members of the Virgin Islands National Guard. And so I want to piggyback on what my military colleagues said. I also have been receiving complaints about not receiving that monthly pension. And I don't know if you realize how important that is, but it's between that age where they're not eligible for the federal pension. And so the 5 years are very important to them. So I'm going to ask you to really follow through on that. Director Lee. First, I want to thank you for collaborating on the bill that's going to be heard tomorrow with the gross receipts. You and Attorney Parson Smalls. I really appreciated that. And I'm sure that the co-sponsor, Senator Clifford Joseph, appreciates that also. So I wanted to ask, what we're trying to do is widen the net to get, do you have an estimate of how much money we haven't been able to capture because of, do you have any estimate of how much maybe, or how much we can anticipate?
Good day, Senator. Actually, my colleague, Mr. Ryman, actually, see, I don't see it if it doesn't get included in filings, but, you know, they see the payouts where I don't. So he has a good, like, model calculation that he's come up with in a scenario.
So to simplify it, Senator, if you have $20 billion to spend, the average architectural engineering firm, if they're not doing work in the territory, you're talking about $2 billion, not be 10%.
Yeah.
You're talking about $2 billion, multiply it by 5%, you see a number, it's $100 million pretty quickly.
Right.
So you're giving it away.
Are we giving it away right now?
Correct.
Right. Thank you for saying that.
And if I could add, then there's the compounding effect that we miss out. So if it's spent here on one level, it gets 5%, then it gets spent again on another level. So it actually is bigger than the $100 million.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have, and this is for Director Richardson, do we have any data on how many students who graduate leave or stay? Let me put it in a sense of stay on island in terms of maybe needing employment. Do you ever have any data on that?
I personally don't have data on that. Maybe the Board of Education may have some of that data.
Because, you know, when you talk about your recruitment campaign, and we talk about the fact that Director Octaline needing a labor shortage in the construction industry, I'm just wondering if there's any coordination between education, personnel, ODR in terms of trying to get those folks gainfully employed. In addition to that, I'm going to continue and say this. I think everyone knows that on the national level, there's that movement towards work requirements in terms of receiving federal benefits. And I'm just wondering if we're doing anything to get those people employed. Unless they're disabled, there may be reasons why they're not. Are we targeting any of that population?
1 minute.
It is something we can definitely look into a little bit further, but like I said, we do go into the high schools. We are at UVI, and I do think that, you know, even like you just recommended, we can reach out to the board and see what kind of information they're allowed to give us, so that we could probably start to focus on that particular group as suggested.
Yeah, I think in terms of just you know, what's happening nationally, and then of course the fact that we have a labor shortage here, we need to take advantage of every able-bodied person. Let's put it that way.
30 seconds.
I had a question for Director Rima. Is he going to come back, or so I'll get another opportunity? Okay, good. Well, my question was for him. The other two questions were for him. So I will wait until he gets back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. As a matter of fact, we'll take a 2-minute recess at this time. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we're out of recess. Again, this is the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and today we have the Governor's Financial Team before us, where we're discussing the FY 2026 budget. Senator Maurice James, we have the OMB Director back, so you have 2 questions for him.
Yes, thank you, sir. I just wanted an explanation, or I just wanted to talk through that last sentence that you asked him to repeat about the federal grant environment with an aggressive approach to expend all funds in a compliant and timely manner. And I like that sentence. But then you spoke about the pause with respect to education.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was sitting here thinking, well, do you try to spend all the money, but then they pause you and then you're stuck? I mean, that's a quandary to me. And then I heard the director of ODR say that funding source matters with respect to pausing, or I need a better understanding of how do we then strategically respond, and is it possible you spend the money and then you have to send it back?
Time.
Oops.
So Senator, it's going to be a twofold solution here. One, bluntly, over a long period of time, we have lacked the ability to spend our funds on a timely basis. We're getting better. But until we get to a point where we spend within the same spending plans we actually submit to the federal government, then we're going to continue to have this problem. That's number one. Number two, what we're also doing from a finance and OMB structure is, because we have this new CFO mandate going forward that they report to him and myself, what we're really doing now is forcing the issue that says they are being held accountable for spending their money. If they're not, well, there's consequences. At the end of the day, the CFOs need to be held accountable for spending all their federal funds in a timely manner, in a compliant manner, and efficient manner. We can't have it no more that we're sitting on funds that go back to years that are 2022, 2023, in some instances 2020.
Just to follow up, just to say, so I'm just a little concerned that with this mandate and all of that, that these departments, including education, may then rush to spend. And I'm not sure I heard that there were generators. I wrote it down somewhere that they were there, that of the 33 million, you owed 9 million that we, the Virgin Islands government, may have to eat.
At this point, we need to provide justification to the feds at this point.
Okay.
In providing a justification why we didn't spend it timely, then once they approve, they'll actually issue the funds. This is where we're at right now.
Okay.
Myself and the commissioner continue to discuss how do we actually pay these vendors in the interim while we go back and forth with the US DOE.
Okay.
As you're aware, US DOE is not the easiest to deal with right now.
Right.
Because even up to getting responses from anybody, it's difficult.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I appreciate your clarifying that for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Commissioner McCurdy, in regards to decision to make vendors payment, that's done what, on a weekly basis?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Department of Finance. Every Monday and Wednesday, we gather to determine our cash position, vendor payments that's outstanding, and where what we're going to pay.
Can you just walk us through that process by which a determination is made? How do you prioritize? How is that contemplation made in determining vendors' payment?
That's a great question. So before, what we would do is we'll leave the responsibility with the agencies. Essentially what that looked like was, okay, tell us exactly your top 10 things that you must pay in order to continue governmental operation within your department. Once we hit those top 10, then tell us your like to have type payments. That onus then wasn't reaping the reward that we wanted, because what happened then was, if I had a payment because a vendor is, essentially what would happen is you'd have one agency, let's say we had $100, you'd have one agency with payments for $95. So then everybody else had to split $5. What we then decided that we're going to do is we're going to look at give me your everything that you owe. Now, if you owe vendors for 6 months that you haven't paid, we're going to pull those payments. We're going to pull those vendors, especially folks. Our focus is continued governmental operations. So we want to make sure that the people who do business with the government, often they're paid and they're taken care of so that it's not affecting other departments who might want to utilize the service.
Very well, thank you for that explanation. Real property taxes, Mr. Leerdam, do you have any actuals at this point in terms of your revenue collections for real property, and are you set to meet your projection?
Collector. Yes, Senator. The actuals as of the end of May 27 to be precise, is 9.8 million. That represents collections only from delinquencies. And so we are on track to meet our obligation this year. The tax bills haven't just been issued, become due at the end of June. We also have customers that pay them as soon as they see how much they owe. And so we begin on a dual track of not just focusing on delinquencies, but on current year collections. So for current year collections, our target this year is 33 million before the end of this fiscal year, actually before the end of August. And the delinquent forecast is 31 million. So we have another 21 million to go in delinquencies and 33 million to go in current year, which again was just issued.
Okay, and then for next year, you're projecting a little bit of a 2.5% bump to take you to about $65 million overall?
Yes, Senator. 65.6 million.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Potter, or point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to Mr. Vice President asking a question about the NOPA, I know some day ago we had a hearing where Director Richardson, you were saying, is the NOPA completed that we could get that information today before you leave?
No, I won't be able to provide that today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Senate President, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the members of the government's financial team. I wanted to piggyback off of what my Crucian colleague started discussing with the budget director regarding, I think you mentioned, Mr. Reimer, that either there are or there should be consequences if, for example, a CFO fails to properly spend federal dollars, something along that lines. What are the consequences?
So there's a couple things that's going to happen. One, when we realize the CFO needs assistance, we have established basically a team that would actually go into that department and actually walk through and try to understand what the challenges are. To assist, to do training, et cetera. The team is consisting of basically the Department of Finance and OMB. In doing so, we'll put you through basically a process similar to a third party that's going to be over a 90-day window to try to get you to improve, and there are processes to improve. After that, after the 90 days, if you don't improve, we need to make changes to move forward.
Okay. Thank you for that. In your testimony, you mentioned that revenue growth is heavily predicated on $78.5 million in capital project spending, much of it disaster recovery related. We know this is speculative, vulnerable to delays, audits, federal clawbacks. Now, what contingencies are in place if FEMA or HUD delays or denies disbursement of disaster funds, which are expected to drive revenue growth?
So understand, Senator, of the $900 million in capital projects for 2026, we basically did a very conservative estimate of about 8% in terms of the 78.5 million you're talking about. That's highly conservative based on 40% of the project, not even 50% of the project.
Okay.
And I guess director can complete that.
So for all of the projects, what we have been doing as a contingency is to use the line of credit. If we know that the delays are coming, to keep our projects moving, that's the intent of the line of credit. So we've been utilizing it to that end.
Excellent. And this is to Director Lee. Why are excise and gross receipt taxes projected to grow when individual income taxes and corporate income taxes, which is the clearest indicators of local business activity and employment, when that is shrinking?
Well, it's kind of apples to oranges. I mean, income tax is income tax. People still consume, and as we kind of are watching cost of goods going up, that simply means it's going to be an increase in gross receipts. So that's how that came about. Excise is tied to the many wonderful projects that contractors will be bringing in as far as materials and goods and supplies to facilitate, the work that is anticipated to happen. So that's a separate matter compared to income taxes, which is, a little bit different mathematically.
It's not related.
Correct.
You say. Okay. Was the 3% increase in GERS employer contribution, Director Reimer, was that included in your FY 2026
No,
budget?
Senator. No.
Why? Why not?
To put that 3%, we wouldn't have been to budget about the budget that we actually balanced the budget at this point. That's what we said. There's opportunities here, especially with the Financial Services Act that we have in here. We have not put in anything within this budget in terms of revenues for that. It's difficult to project. One, two, as we go forward, that additional 3% is going to cost the government a significant amount of money. So how do we afford that while balancing a budget? Currently, we just based on the budget we have, we just can't afford it.
So the expectation of it being implemented possibly in October 1st, that is an unrealistic expectation in your view as budget director?
Based on the current forecast, yes. Okay. What I would suggest is that we look at something that actually walks us to the 3%, which means it might be 0.5% or 1% per year for the next 3 years versus 3% all at once. We might not be able to afford the full 3%, but we need to look at it.
Have you had discussions with the GRS?
I had a brief discussion yesterday.
Okay. Director Richardson, how many of the 418 hires were for revenue generating or essential roles?
I don't have that breakout for you, but if I can
You
probably
provide.
later when we're here next month, later in the month, I could probably get that for you.
Okay. Is there a concerted and deliberate focus on those particular types of positions that are going to yield a bigger dividend for the government of the Virgin Islands?
Yes, that is something that we are talking with, especially with the Lieutenant Governor's office, to kind of look at their positions and also to prioritizing their PRS through OMB.
Okay. Director Reimer, with tourism, we all know is our bread and butter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the economic engine here in the territory. What non-tourism sectors are being developed to offset long-term vulnerability? We're vulnerable in the hurricane belt, with hurricane season. All our eggs are in this tourism basket. Is there a focus or an attempt by the financial team to focus on developing some non-tourism sectors so that we can be potentially less vulnerable? Wouldn't that be wise for us to be pursuing?
It is wise, but of course we have a series of a lot of construction over the next 10 years. You're talking about $20 billion in construction. That's one side of it. But what we really need to focus on is developing a workforce, going back to the basics, such as electricians, plumbers, carpenters. That's what we're missing right now. And we don't have enough of them to actually come back and do the work within the territory, because we don't have any locals having the trades go back to schools, et cetera. That's what needs to be done, not we're sitting here saying we're going to develop an industry and we don't have the workforce to do so. That's the challenge we have now, that here it is. Of course, Director Acton would like to go out and spend $1 billion, but she don't have the workforce. We only could go to a number that we actually can have the workforce. Otherwise, we'll be like other places like Bermuda or the Caymans, that you have to import workers. And as you can see, the current environment in the U.S., importing somebody is a no-no right now. They're deporting people, so you're in a different environment. So those are the things we need to look at. How do we develop our own talent within to actually accommodate those kind of jobs, the electricians, the plumbers, the carpenters, the masons, et cetera? Because when we start losing the ones that are here now that are undocumented, that actually do those kind of actual services or skills, what happens? Then we can't move any money at all.
Do you believe we're doing adequate enough of a job in developing that sector, in growing our own? And that's what I'm kind of hearing you talk about.
No.
The fact that we're going to be a construction economy, possibly replacing tourism as the bread and butter. It seems like you're saying let's shift efforts towards developing the manpower and the personnel and the capacity that we need to really have an impact on this new emerging
1 minute.
Economy. Are we doing enough considering the serious nature, considering what is at stake?
No, but no, there's something in progress.
There's something in progress?
Correct.
What's
so
that?
we need to push as a whole on the educational front, not just saying, like in my generation, sorry to say, it was more, you want to be an engineer, you want to be an architect, you want to be an accountant, you want to be a financial person, and forgot about, hey, if you be an electrician or a plumber, you can really have a good living also. That's where we went
30
wrong.
seconds.
And that's 30, almost 40 years ago. I'm aging myself right now.
So we could correct that?
I think we could correct that at educational level.
Director Acton Williams, you had a Williams Acton, sorry. Oh,
That's okay.
Could never get it right.
So I just want us to also note that when we first started this recovery and Rand did a study, they said, and at $8 billion, they said that we would need, and I'm going to use Senator James's, every able-bodied person was able to work, we would need 5,000 more workers outside of our population. And now that that number has gone up to $23 billion, we have 7,000 employees out. We would need 7,000 workforce employees outside of the existing population. So we need to, there's a lot to be done, but there's a gap from the very beginning that is pretty much unattainable with our existing population. The other thing that we're working on is the tech college, that where you want to have the contractors that are coming here to provide that training, provide classes, teach not only the students, but contractors how to operate on that level, how to prepare their paperwork, because there's a lot of work to be done, back office work, not only the skilled positions. So those are things that are being worked on, but of course, we're really at a deficit and we will need more than what we have.
You know, and you're right, and I know it's not to blame anybody, but I know that the hurricanes took place in 2017. And if we anticipated the workforce that we will need to rebuild this place, we can't import everybody, we could have put a dent. I mean, 8 years later, had we started, I guess hindsight is 2020, we would have made some significant stride, even if we produced, 5% of what we needed on an annual basis over an 8-year period. We would have put a significant dent. But you have to start somewhere. And my concern and my interest is us putting our heads together to come up with a strategic, realistic plan, because we know what we need. And I've heard us discuss, we need this, we need on both sides, your side and our side. But I have yet to see a real serious effort to fix it. You start somewhere, we may not be able to produce the numbers that we need in a year, but you have to start. And that is something that I think we need to put our heads together to figure out. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your flexibility.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for your line of questions. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lois. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Director Richardson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I noticed we have about 225 separations that have occurred in this fiscal year alone. What is the plan to address the ongoing turnover?
There's not really a plan in place. It's something that we do outreach to the various agencies. We do take a look at the reasons why. Some of those separations could also be just retirements, transfers to different agencies. So it's various reasons. So we do usually reach out if we do see that there's an issue, but there's no actual plan in place to address that.
Okay, so are we doing your office do a great job with always advertising the positions. Not fond of a lot of the salaries, but give you kudos for that. Are we doing an aggressive campaigning to try to recruit people for some of these vacancies we have?
Yeah, you will definitely see us from a social media aspect. We are doing that. We are doing various outreach. We do have it scheduled throughout the years, different types of activity, different target audiences. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm hoping that this campaign that we're going to launch will then, draw some individuals. But it is a full package. We have to make sure that the benefits that we're offering is what will attract individuals here as well.
Thank you. Earlier, the Director Reimer said that about 19 million have been paid out thus far. Not before this payment, the first set of retro that was paid out previously in this first part of the Brian Roach administration, have we got through with any reconciliation? Are we up to date with that?
Yes, we've started that process, and it's a continuous process. We just did another rollout, so after this run, we'll have to reconcile as well. So it's an ongoing project.
I must tell you that's a well-kept secret, because not some of the retirees in here mention award or anything. A well-kept secret, man. Them boys, even my mother, Billy, she get it, and she listening today. Anyhow, so based on your knowledge, if you know, how many survivor claims for retroactive wages are still pending?
I'm not sure, because if you had already inputted your information, most of that information, you do not have to do it again. Mm-hmm. You may have had individuals who have passed within this past year or so, and so they do still have the opportunity to put in claims. So I don't have a definite number. I do know we have about 1,800 individuals who have already passed that are owed retro. So those survivors would have to put in those claims.
Okay. Derek, good afternoon, Commissioner McCurdy. You had a team working on some unbound checks.
Correct.
Where are we with that?
Ms. Abbott in Treasury met between Monday and Tuesday with the Department of Justice to make sure that, so we're not reinventing the wheel, we're not duplicating work. We're not just sending people to Department of Justice and then have them, expend resources that it's not necessary if the person that already settled their debts with the agency that they sent the checks to. What we need to do is make sure that we're all on the same page and we're singing from the same hymn sheet, and we're getting there.
All right, great. I don't know if you have more than one, Ms. Abbott, but there's one from St. John particularly.
Yeah, that's the only one that we have at Finance.
Very, very helpful. Pass that message on for me. Director Reimer, in this budget, this current budget, what percentage was budgeted for salary increases?
Well, it's a fixed number. It's like 4 million.
4 million? All right. Director Springett. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where are we with the negotiations for waste management?
They are complete.
They're complete?
Yes.
Okay, so you had them here in the testimonies.
Yes, to list the ones that were completed.
Or completed. Thank you. Great. Mr. Leder, online.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. I've noticed in the budget, in your projections, there's an uptick in the real property taxes. In your collections, was this attributed to the amnesty you had?
The uptick in the revenue forecast?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're referring to
I know you had
fiscal
an
year 26?
amnesty, so your projections keep going up, your realization numbers, your reality numbers.
Well, our goal is to continue, so long as it has a large amount of delinquencies, is to continue to grow the amount of collections, until pretty much we get rid of them. And so over the past several years, we've increased our revenue projections by about 5%. And this year, going into 2026, our revenue projections have increased by 2.5% in an effort to be more conservative.
And I know you use the amnesty as a method for collection and so forth. So what's a real aggressive approach now moving forward?
Well, amnesty is used as pretty much the last
I know your
option
amnesty is a
minute.
method. What's the aggressive approach? No more amnesty,
Okay, so-
people ain't paying, the judge ain't doing what they have to do. Because we after them now 8 years.
Right. So now, as the new tax bill has gone out, this month we're going to be moving on some media campaign, both print and radio, to basically remind people of the importance of one, paying the tax bill on time, which addresses current year
30
collections,
seconds.
and of the impact of having delinquent collections and possibly falling into final collection activity. So we're encouraging persons to come and do more payment plans if you can't afford it. But overall, we're being very aggressive with that.
Good, thank you. Director Reimer, at the end of the fiscal year, which ends end of September, right?
Correct.
Correct, and it begins
October 1.
October 1st. Every year the system shuts down. You can't enter any more requisition, POs, all of that stuff. Last year it took a very, very, very long time to come back up. And vendors were complaining.
Time.
Even Mr. McCurdy, Baba were complaining. You know what I mean? Yeah, Baba. What's the plan to correct that this year?
That's a Department of Finance question. He's the one that closed the books. I just gotta wait.
So I'm glad he's here, We share the same Baba. We got lighten the demand. You can't be drilling your all day, killing you. You're paying out. Go ahead.
We shouldn't be paying our Baba because he doesn't have much work to do. But so the system is just part of the process. We notify the agencies. It's not our intent, honestly, to keep the system closed. But folks know that the system is going to be closing for how long. And we just encourage you to, if you have, we're encouraging not to do too many encumbrances because if we don't have the money, you're just tying us up, having us to, committing us to monies that it might be in your budget, but the cash is not there to pay it. So, put your information in timely and it makes our job easier too on the back end.
Mr. Chair, if I may just follow up. And the reason why I ask that is because continuity. We have vendors, government has continued while we closed down. So business is being continued and vendors are providing services and can get paid. Our hospitals looking for their allotment, everybody looking for their allotment. Mr. Reimer talked about waste management today, that's another day. But vendors need to be paid. So we have to have, I don't know if you want to call it a backup plan or a supplemental something. So help me, because we can't continue saying the system closed for 30 days, 2 weeks, and 60 days, No, this one went all the way up to nearly November.
2 weeks.
No.
2 weeks.
No.
No, it's
Anyhow.
2 weeks. But yeah. But see, part of the thing is accountability. You in your department know what your bills are. You know from July that the system will be closed, when it will be closed. You have to put your bills in. You cannot then wait until September 30th to say, oh, I have 100 invoices to enter, and then expect it to be paid before midnight that night. It's accountability. We all need to hold ourselves accountable. It's not a matter of us not wanting to do it, but the system is closed for 2 weeks, but we need to be, we know when the system closed, we notified the agencies in July. So,
All right. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the flexibility.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. If the timekeeper could put 7 minutes on the clock for me real quick, I'll try to get through this. Are we comfortable with the fiscal year approach to this budget? Is there an opportunity for us to look at either other months or perhaps calendar?
We're comfortable. As I indicated before, there's a couple opportunities that for myself in terms of the Financial Services Act that you passed, that's one we didn't include. We couldn't have enough to project, number one. Number two, really looking at other opportunities where we're not collecting taxes such as the shared economy or enforcing things such as the gross receipt that we're actually looking at, you guys are looking at tomorrow. So we're looking at avenues to do that. Where the tax collector is looking at, he's looking within his tool belt to say, well, here, besides auctions, can we do liens? Can we do other things to actually collect these funds that's on the street? When it comes to property taxes, you talk anything over 5 years is like $70 million on the street. What normally happens and what we need your assistance or your non-interference is where somebody owes the property taxes for 50 years and have not paid, but then would actually want the government not to collect or have any other option at that point. You can't sit here and not pay the government your fair share and expect you have the services such as roads and ambulance and et cetera, to not operate.
Make your case. In regards to the model that we are using, are we back to performance-based budgeting? I know that last time we talked about outcome-based budgeting. What are our current posture in terms of our budget process?
Going forward, not 2026, but going forward after that, it will be more on a performance-based basis at that point.
So going back to performance-based.
Correct. Outcome-based is a little bit more difficult when you have an agency that's going to ask you for $50 million and you only give them 20. So the outcome is not going to be there.
Okay. And how is this budget different?
This budget is different because what we looked at in terms of revenues, we looked across 3 years. Because, of course, you had anomalies over the last 3 years where you had ARPA funding, you had COVID funds still available, and we looked and pulled out those one-offs and actually looked at revenues and do a weighted average to determine here's what we think is going to happen, here's what is more structured and more methodical in how we actually approach revenues, and then we looked at the operations of government and are looking to see what savings and efficiencies we could obtain, and that's what we actually did this budget based on.
And you talk about the budget being very conservative. What is the benefit to that?
Conservative means the benefit of that is that there's upside. So upside meaning, of course, financial services, which we could actually obtain more revenue. It's not in the budget. So you have a potential between $1 million and $11 million there. When we look at the shared economy, we didn't say, well, here it is. We're not going after the ones that are paying already. We're going after the ones that are not paying. Those revenues are not counted. So when they come in, you have additional revenues there to actually say, well, here's the services or here's the bills that we couldn't pay in previous years, such as behavioral health or any other bills that we have in terms of cover, that we'll actually do that, or even putting that fund within the rainy day fund going forward.
How are we addressing waste, fraud, and abuse in government?
So overall, we look at it from a perspective of my compliance unit along with members of the...
That's your Dodge? The Dodge is in OMB?
Basically.
Okay.
What we do on the compliance side is really, we're expanding the role of my compliance side, not just on the federal funds, but all funds. We're also looking at asset management, et cetera. So we're broadening the scope where we're looking at asset management as a whole, where if an agency had bought a car, where is the car? If they bought machinery, where's the machinery? In the past, we've been dinged, as the Commissioner of Finance could probably indicate, that here it is, there's times that you buy assets, and it comes time to actually do inventory, you can't find it. Those days, I think we're going to actually put an end to pretty shortly. We have to be accountable that here it is, the asset that the government of the Virgin Islands spends on. It's in the location you see it's at, and it's in use.
The telecheck, Commissioner of Finance, McCurdy, telecheck service, is that functioning for us when we hear we still have a number of bounce check challenging us? Are we effectively deploying telecheck service?
We are. As the IRB director indicated, some of it, the telechecks, some of the bounce checks is related to things that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the account and whether there's sufficient funding in it, but the signature doesn't match and that type of energy. But
that is only part of the problem, though, right?
Exactly. But we can do better. There's a next part of the problem where folks, frankly speaking, bypass the machine. And that's just, again, part of our exploration. Once we meet with people and finding out, okay, you had in your, I'll just speak on you directly. Let's say IRB has $20 million in bounce check, you don't. But let's say they did. We then would go through. We would go through to see, okay, this was scanned in, this wasn't scanned in, what happened, so that we are now not just saying that, IRB is not being efficient, but we're boots on the ground, figuring it out, doing the work.
It just seemed that for the 11 years I've been here, just that bounce check continued to be a conversation during our finance hearings. And I don't know that we have made significant inroads into this. I mean, I think that we really have to come up with a structure that allow for timely processing of these checks, because again, they shortchange the government coffers. That could go towards paying vendors and meeting salaries and all these type of things. So it just seems that we need to do something to ramp up that conversation.
Absolutely.
Revenue collections. Any thoughts have we really identified? Well, we know the agencies that's responsible for revenue collections. How are we in this budget really ensuring that we ramp up those efforts by making sure that they have proper technology, making sure that they have adequate personnel, how we're addressing that, vehicles, whatever it takes for them to be able to move the needle in terms of revenue collections? What is that conversation? I see Joely watching you side and the sideways because
so
30 seconds.
Yes. As I mentioned within the actual testimony, we strengthened the core entities by giving additional dollars to, like for the Lieutenant Governor's office, they need additional appraisals. We did that. In terms of IRB, we gave them additional funds. Finance, we did the same. OMB, we did the same, because we're creating a unit within both structures to at least get more accountability and basically collect more and enforcement. We did that with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. So we're doing things that are strengthening these core agencies to at least to be able to start doing the enforcement and collections and to strengthen basically our reporting of our financials moving forward. There's lots of things we're trying to do within this strengthening of the core, but that's just basically the highlights.
Semi-autonomous, thank you, Madam Clerk. Semi-autonomous agencies, what are we doing to perhaps, one, I guess, adequately fund them, and then to require some weaning off of the central government and creating self-sufficiency?
Senator, that's a very complex question. You have entities such as myself and the Commissioner of Finance sits on many boards, but we sit on the hospital boards, and what's required there is some consolidation. There's things that need to happen without any political interference, just being very honest with you, number one. Number two, waste management needs to get to the public and let them know, here's what it's costing to dispose of your waste. And here it is, at some time in this lifetime, you must pay for that. So therefore, they need to have an education campaign so it don't be an uproar of, well, they charge me to collect my garbage. Your garbage has a cost. It has to go somewhere. So therefore, things like that helps the Waste Management Authority wean off the general fund. As you are aware, they were supposed to wean off the general fund probably 10 years ago, but they have not done so. So
my notes, you hit it right there. My notes is the next final question was government consolidation. Is it time for us to really have an earnest discussion, a plan forward, maybe not today, tomorrow, but some projected path forward in regards to government consolidation? We see the decline in our population, so we decline in our personnel, and we just can't afford to function government and triplicate in the same way for that we've been doing it. Is there a need for us to be able to create a think tank that really address government consolidation?
Yes.
Thank you. Colleagues, want to take a 2-minute round for a refresh, and then we'll come back and allow for a wrap-up, 3-minute wrap-up round. Point of inquiry, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Director Williams Actelin, what are the designs for the both hospitals completed?
We have designs for Wang F. Louis Hospital. Roy Lester Schneider is in the beginning process.
And both of them is in bundle too?
Both of them are in a bundle.
In a bundle?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stand in recess for 2 minutes. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. We're in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and today we have before us the Governor's Financial Team, where they're presenting the FY 2026 budget. We have just completed the first round, and we're going to a second round of 3 minutes. And so the VLA, you're up. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Reimer, is the FY 26 budget balance?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Okay. Mr. Lee, in reference to the big, beautiful bill and an analysis of the provisions in that bill, is there going to be any impact on our tax collections?
Well, there's one, good day, Joe Lee, the Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue. There's one thing, if you know that bill is probably up to 1,000 pages now. But the main thing that's loud is the no tax on overtime. So just to give an example, the unfortunate reality is when taxes get filed, they're not separated. So I don't know what's overtime, what isn't. But I know in the past, I'll use VIPD as an example. We've heard there was like an $18 million overtime.
There is.
So let's assume 25% of that. That's about $5 million. So we would lose that $5 million in revenue.
Do we have a lot of individuals that file the tips?
Once again, those are not shown on a W-2, and let's be honest, most tips are not recorded because it's a cash thing. It gets,
No, there's also a proposal that the president is floating in reference to taxes on Social Security. What would be the impact?
1 minute.
What would be the impact?
Well, it's already taxed depending on your total overall income filed. If you are under a threshold, your Social Security does not get taxed, but once you start getting into a higher, meaning you have other pension, retirement, it starts shrinking. You start to pay a tax on some of the Social Security.
Right. So I know that would be an impact. So if you could do that analysis so that we could see exactly what is going to be the result of that. Director Reimer, I know the chair labeled you as Dodge. Doge. However, Doge had a lot of authority from the president to do
30
seconds
changes.
You being a Doge, you got a type of authority? And the reason why I ask, I don't need answer. Some of the issues that we're dealing with, we've been dealing with for the last 7 years, in which entities that fall under the executive branch and got to do what they're supposed to do, fail to do it on a regular basis, and the same individuals are employed in those positions. So whether they're sending vendor payment late to McCurdy, they're not drawing down monies, they're not spending federal funds, it remains the same every single year in which these individuals don't do what they're supposed to do. So I really want to know, when is anybody within the executive branch going to be given the authority to say, you can't continue to perform this way because you're impacting the conditions of this government. You cannot continue to ignore checks and don't run it through the machine because they're your friend and they probably don't have sufficient funds, etc. So how much authority do you have in terms of being able to say, this needs to be done, that needs to be done, you're not doing it, you need to be penalized? I haven't heard anybody penalized for anything when it comes to spending of funds. So late submission, late everything, it's just like par for the course, and then the two of you got to scratch your head as to how this government is going to function. So I just wanted to put that on the record. That's what the RUM cover over. I see that the projection is $210 million for FY25, which if it was 1325 would have been $260 million. But when I left this institution, we were collecting $290 million, so it's like a $30 million drop. There's a drop. Where's the drop? Diageo or Crucian Rum?
That's a good question.
Let me verify. Yeah. I'm not sure which one, but I got to verify for you.
Okay. Now, the reason why I asked that, half of the rum cover over goes back to those rum companies for marketing, for advertising. So how can we be experiencing a drop? We're giving half our money in order to advertise and market that particular product. And you've seen a drop every year, are we still giving them money? It's not a violation of the contract, that's a violation of the contract that we signed. because they are supposed to market and increase production, not decrease. So we have a 30 million decrease, and we're still giving them half the money. You know, so what provisions are there? Well, if you don't meet your goals, that you decrease the amount of monies you're giving for marketing and advertising. And the PFA, whoever is over that, they need to look into that. Everything that we do, we just like, you just report what you want, you report what you want, we ain't worried, we trust you with this, and they're ripping us off. A lot of the different entities. And I'll end with, there are a lot of good businesses that pay the gross receipt on a regular basis, religiously. But there are a lot that ain't paying at all, or they're under-reporting. Send a team out this summer with some summer students and a supervisor and go to all the established business and tell them, show me proof that you're paying your gross receipt. Send out a letter in advance. We're going to be sending a team around to every brick and mortar establishment, and we're going to check to see whether or not you're paying your gross receipt. I bet you'll see an improvement. But we need to do something where they know they must report and they can't. And the business owner told me that it's not fair for me to pay every month. And I know my friend in business ain't paying nothing at all on a regular basis. And they get in away because it's like a trust system. But they believe that they could use the government and the Virgin Islands for what they want, so they're not doing what they're supposed to do. So let's just come up with some simple mechanism to get individuals to pay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Vele. Any response, feedback to what Senator Vele just indicated? No?
No, well...
Bring the mic up.
Sorry. So fortunately, I have the funders sitting next to me, so I'm sure they would provide the funding so I can, satisfy the good senator's request.
Very well. Recognize the mic of Senator Vele.
Submit your recommendation to the OMB director, who will then submit it to the finance chair, and I'm sure if we could collect more monies, we'll make sure that we fund it. Thank you so much.
Correct. Senator Fredericks, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon again, listening and viewing audience, my colleagues and testifiers. I think this is the last round. Let me just say this. I attended the governor's revenue conference a couple of months ago, and the word came up, austerity, and the governor was clear that he doesn't like that word. So I'm pleased to see that today we could talk about austerity measures and make light of it, but it is a serious matter that we need to consider, considering that the economy is heading in the direction that it's going. We've got some great construction projects. Statistically, we should be fine, but still, our federal funding is what scares everybody. We don't know what to predict. And I think the director of OMB is being prudent, smart, to try to be as conservative as possible, or maybe more conservative, to see whether or not the federal government might cut even further and really affect our local economy. So my question is, with the upcoming closure of the landfill on St. Thomas and St. Croix, did we consider the cost of those closures in this budget? And if so, how much do you think it's going to take us?
Senator, as you're aware, that's the Waste Management Authority, which is an autonomous instrumentality of the government. So whatever requests we made within our structure, they would put it in their budget and figure out if they're going to collect funds to do so.
I thought we still paid them. So
we give them approximately about $40 million a year.
Right. So the $40 million clearly is going to have to be more because this is a mammoth task.
So that's why I disagree with you, Senator. The Waste Management Authority needs to, as an autonomous instrumentality, it needs to move forward and generate their own revenues to remove the burden off the general fund.
So if they don't do it currently, and this is a mandate that we're facing, so shouldn't the central government at least cover them until they're able to do so?
No.
Okay.
We have to be at this point in time, after 20 plus years, Waste Management Authority needs to be
30
responsible
seconds.
and move forward in generating their own revenue so that they can actually remove themselves from the general fund. Not we're sitting here, that we continue to fund them and there's no kind of accountability in those funds.
All right. Well, I think we're going to have a big problem with that agency right now. So if no is the answer, then maybe by law we're going to have to find the money from somewhere to force the central government to give them more money until they can generate some revenue. Mr. Chair, if I may continue, wrap up. Lastly, the Department of Agriculture, I noticed their funding amounts haven't really gone up much. They're still at 1% of the budget. They still get funded 1% of the budget still?
The current ceiling, yes.
Okay, so in the past, they've had some issues not collecting. Is that issue resolved now?
What's the question?
In the past, there was an IG report that said they did not draw down on their funding over the last 3 years. Is that issue resolved now?
They're still working on it, Senator.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Chair, appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Mr. Laird, I got a text inquiry as whether or not there will be any auction this year. The Lieutenant Governor's office planning any property auctions?
Well, Senator Brent Laird, I'm a tax collector. We're trying to incentivize folks to pay up, whether it's current year or delinquent year. But if not, we're gonna have something before the end of this calendar year if we don't see the collections rise, because as you know, there's a large amount of delinquencies out there. And in August, after this current year bill becomes delinquent at the end of August, then, you know, it's gonna add to that number. So we're taking a wait and see attitude to see what happens in this last quarter before we pull the trigger in that.
Okay, so to be clear, there is no, your projection, anticipated revenue projection for this calendar year going in, there is no contemplation of auction?
Not for this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this question is for either the Commissioner of Finance or OMB Director. Okay, the medical school at UVI, I met with our new president, and their budget is gonna need to be increased like $7 million starting next fiscal year. Are you aware of that? I see you laughing. So, oh, you're giggling. So, is there any consideration for increasing their budget for the university so they can have the medical school up?
We put them in the ceiling within this fiscal year. That's the short answer. Senator, we need to change the way we operate, meaning that we can't build something and think they're going to come. We have to have a plan up front. That means that here it is, when we finish building, we have a functional entity moving forward. When we build a building, that it just costs us more money to maintain. So now you're telling me you have a medical school. The questions that need to be asked are, can you tell me what the enrollment is going to be? What's the potential tuition? What's the revenue source to maintain it over the next 5, 10, 15 years? Not that we're sitting here saying, I'm going to just give them $7 million with no potential. What is the potential revenue?
Okay, good. So, not yet. The answer is not yet. Okay, so I want to go to Ms. Springett. Okay, the UVI, they graduated 25 nurses. I was 14 on St. Croix campus and 11 on St. Thomas campus. You know, unfortunately, we retained less than 7 of them in the Virgin Islands. And, you know, I asked a few of them, and they were saying that I think the nurses now with a RN is a minimum of $75,000. More or less?
Correct. Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator of the Office of
Yeah,
Collective
they were saying if they could if you could get it up to like 84,000, because nurses, we're very short supply for nurses. So can you see in the budget where you can have a starting salary for the nurses at $84,000? It's serious because it costs us a lot more the other way around, and then you have the increased emergency room wait time, you have lower quality patient care, and when you get those factors, people can potentially die. So I'll give you a recommendation to take a look. I congratulate you. I know you worked hard on it, but still I think we just need to do a little bit more. Bring the nurses up to like 85, and they would stay. 3 of them said that they would stay. They love it in the Virgin Islands. They'd love to stay here, and we'd love to have nurses. We're graduating them right in our university, and we're sending them to the States. We're graduating RNs that we need here, and for a little $7,000, they're leaving. So work on that quick. So Director Richardson, I want to ask you a quick question. Was time called, Mr. Chair? Oh, okay, good. Okay, so the total insurance coverage was $206 million in 24, 226 in 2025, and what's your projection for 2026? I didn't get that number.
1 minute.
We don't have a definite projection. I know when the senators met with Cigna, they were talking about an 18%. Based on the numbers that were shown at the last meeting, it's a little bit higher than that. But it will be the consultant's responsibility to do the negotiations. I do anticipate when we do meet later this month, they will have some options for the board to consider. But at this time, I do not have a projection for 2026.
Okay, so, 18%, so let's say it goes up to $248 million. We've projected that in the budget. Mr. OMB Director?
We anticipate a 9%, but to have this discussion on the floor, we're actually negotiating against ourselves.
Okay, no, I just want you to know because, thousands of employees depend on this insurance, and come October 1, we have to get that contract signed. You know how it is. We go through that ritual. We go through that ritual with the legislature all the time where, it's quick. So, okay, also one other thing. I want to ask Ms. Williams-Octillion, the Build a Lot, Buy a Home program, is that the correct name?
Own a lot, build a home.
Own a lot, build a home. How has that program been going? And what do you give? How much dollars value do you give? Mr. Chair, if I can just wrap up. How much dollar value do you give so that our residents can actually buy a lot, build a home? Own a lot, build a home.
Right. The program is set up for people who own property already that would need assistance. We have 5 applicants right now that have gone through the process with either the bank or rural development. They're the only 2 entities that's doing construction lending. And we are working to identify, we have other inquiries that they're trying to get them to go to the bank. The funding at about $200,000 per family we're looking at being able to identify the remaining amount of applicants so we can push them through the system and then get construction started on their homes.
You see, we're in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, right? And I remember as a little boy, young little boy, I think I was about 6 years old, my mother told me she had spoke to Earl B. Otley, and she owned a home in Bovoni. And Earl B. Otley legacy was built on getting homes for moderate and middle income residents. So you got to do better. We need your help, even if you need to put aside more money of the $23 billion that you have for the projects. Maybe, I don't know if you could reprogram it so that we can get more money set aside to subsidize the cost of home. We need to subsidize the cost of home. We had a tremendous presentation from 3 local guys here yesterday, and they mentioned of some of the structural delays of getting these things going. So there's initiatives. We have to just be more creative to get these home ownership. We got that money. Let's get it into homes so that all residents can have a home. Help them some more, put some money. You can answer on the chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Yes. Mr. Chair?
Thank you very
Well,
much.
Sir
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. But I know she'll come back. She'll tell you about Slice and everything that they have available. So go right ahead. You may respond.
So I just want to be able to say, I know a lot of people confuse my role. I am the director for the Office of Disaster Recovery. Affordable housing development falls on a separate entity. That was my past life. Only under the DR funds, we have the Own a Lot, Build a Home program that we are finalizing. All the other affordable housing initiatives are under the Housing Finance Authority. So I do agree with you. We need to have a lot of affordable housing opportunities for the people of the Virgin Islands. Additionally, the VI Slice program was established that we're helping folks outside of the Housing Finance Authority through the Economic Development Authority. So your cries are well heard. You just have it in the right church, but just the wrong pew.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really want to just say something about HFA because they shortchanged our people. After all of that, and I understand your role, they are shortchanging our people here, and that's something that we'll intend to take up at some point. But there's a lot more that could be done to assist and support our residents in regards to home ownership and supporting and assisting them. But I understand your role as ODR, and I clearly respect that. We brought you in to save the other initiatives, but we can envision tomorrow, all of these things, but they can't put all of this on you. No. Totally agree. Senator Gittins, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right church, but wrong pew. I always wondered about that. Whether it make a difference whether I sit down in the first pew, the fifth pew, or the pew in the back. As long as you're in the right church. It should make a difference what pew you're in, but I guess I'll get it one day. I just want to remind you, OMB Director, that I'm really looking forward for this reform plan with this over time. I'll be remiss if I didn't say again here today that I always say that this government don't have a money problem. We have a money management problem. And if we can't get people to manage properly, then it's time to move them on the side and put somebody who will be able to manage properly. And that's why I asked you about whether or not people meeting the KPIs and whatnot, and you gave a C. That's pretty low. And I think it was a little modest too, based on what I'm seeing. So we need to tighten up the belt. ODR, do you have a listing of any federally funded projects that have been de-obligated so far?
So we have notification of the racetrack that funds will be de-obligated for that. We also been notified that not the recovery in per se, but it's mitigation dollars for the BRIC program that was discontinued or de-obligated from the president's mandates. But all of our funds that we have, that for our projects that have been obligated, we still have access to unless we requested for the obligation.
So right now that list would only be two.
Right now, unless there's BRIC is not solely recovery; it's mitigation dollars.
One
but it's
minute.
not for Irma Maria.
And nothing has been defunded for the St. Croix reconstruction project, St. Croix Hospital reconstruction project?
No, not to my knowledge.
any contingency plan in place if we were to lose funding or have delayed funding coming as a result?
So we have, in terms of making payments so we could keep projects moving, our contingency is to pay through the line of credit and keep the project
30 seconds.
In movement. We have pretty much pushed the projects to rebuild USVI and looked at anything else that needs to get moving so that we can get them under contract. If we can demonstrate to the federal government that we have these projects under contract and provide timelines, it is seen more favorable for us to ensure that we can tell them the period of performance and any extensions to be able to justify why an extension should be given.
All right. So as I always say too about restoring life in our islands, leadership, integrity, fidelity, and efficiency.
Time.
That's what we need in government. All right? Thank you all for your responses. And Director, I'm looking forward to getting that copy of the NOPA. I'm really baffled that we can't get that NOPA today. If something was already processed, it's just a matter of going on a computer, whiting out whatever you need to white out, redact with the personal information and get us that information. There's no reason for a delay, but I'm looking forward to seeing that document as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rapid round. Director Davies, what's your salary now?
Salary is listed at 125,000.
Okay, Director Raymer, is there a wage increase for Director Davies in the 26 budget?
No.
Okay. How is the retro paid out? Checks or direct deposit?
It's a combination. Sorry, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner at Finance. It's a combination depending on how it was entered in the system or how you requested it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The lottery, by order of Act 8905, is to put 950,000. Lottery been having some problem. Will we still be able to meet that 950?
Yes.
Okay, good. Insurance guarantee fund, what's the total amount in it now?
Currently in the bank, the insurance guarantee fund has $59 million, and there's a $10 million CD.
Okay, so how will we be able to meet
then
we won't be able to meet that 20 million projection, or will we still have a quarter? Will we still be able to meet the 20 million projection to put in the budget?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. So what do you project by the end of the fourth quarter for the insurance guarantee?
So the fund collects about $20 million a year.
Oh, 20.
So, yeah.
Okay. How many cuts, or what totaling cuts was done to the entire GVI? What was the overall cuts, if any?
Cuts in regards to allotments?
In regards to allotments and the budget overall to get you to the numbers you are.
So the current allotments in terms of what we cut, we're projecting about $44 million in cuts. That will balance the budget for 2025.
Okay, 44 in cuts, and you can cover the balance based on what you mentioned earlier.
Correct.
Okay, and totally, and finally, I should say interest. What is the overall interest gained in our 2025 budget for all the funds that we have going forward, I guess, toward
1 minute
being a part of the revenue toward cutting down on some of the deficits that we have, overall interest?
So for the interest, part of what we need to do, what we've done before is some funds need to be invested into interest-bearing account, and we just put it honestly in just kind of to meet a mandate, rather than sitting down with a banker, figuring out what's the best place, most secure, obviously, to invest those funds. And that is the approach that we're taking now, because what we do now is
30
let's say
seconds.
I invest $10 with you as a financial institution, but you obviously charge me a fee to invest my money. It's so minimal that the interest that we earn just covers whatever the fee is. So we don't pay the fee, but we are not really making money. We have a lot of lazy money. We need our money to be out there doing work.
So with that particular program you're trying, what type of revenue we talking about generating, estimated?
So that I would prefer for us to have off of the off of this, yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. And in closing, I think in finance, I just wrap up, Mr. Chair. In finance, you create, from my understanding, what is called a general ledger. The general ledger tells you everything that you're dealing with in the government. I don't know if that's a document that you can provide to this committee via the chair. Or would it be, no, you tell me. I'm requesting it through the chair, copy of the general ledger.
So, because that's just a financial, that's just, you know.
Right, it's more or less an in-house term, but I see we have these graphs that we given information. But then again, like petty cash, how it's spent and all these things and stuff, we don't get that type of information. It's information that you deal with in-house. But these are things, and again, it may be a part of the overall budget, but how is it spent and the different things like that? Because we have to crunch every penny.
It's like
so
a flex
I
report.
want to build this.
I think you might want a flex report. Let's kind of connect so we can see what you want, and then we can give you.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Before I go to Senator Viale for a point of information, I wanted to ask you, OMB and Commissioner of Finance, have we received any windfall, any funding that came into the government's coffers since we moved the budget, the FY 2025 budget? Any funding that you received?
No. Any funding?
With any windfalls, any checks, any deposits, anything that came into the government coffers?
No, I would say no.
So no.
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Davies, are you aware of what was the last salary for the director of the Bureau of Economic Research?
I am aware of what I'm being paid.
No, I ain't asked that. Ms. Richardson, what was the salary of the last Bureau of Economic Research director?
I would have to pull it up and see.
Okay, can you pull it up? To my recollection, I think it was $95,000. But I would await confirmation to see if it's a $30,000 increase in this particular salary. But I would be remiss if I sit here all day and see you in a seat and not refer back to Act 7878, subsection 542, which clearly states that no member of the commission is eligible for appointment to public office so long as the member is a member of the commission and for 2 years thereafter. What is your interpretation of this section? Are you serving illegally?
Thank you, Senator. We are here today to discuss the
I asked that. I asked you a direct question.
Yes,
I'm
not
asking you what you're here to discuss. I want to know if I'm having a discussion with someone who's sitting illegally because of laws passed by this legislature. So I'll leave that on the record. You are not supposed to be in a seat based on laws passed by this institution. And at some point, you've got to respect the laws that this institution passed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Senator James, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to move on to Mr. Reimer, Director Reimer. You're looking at me, so I'm going to come up with a question right for you. No, man, I had the question for you. The VI Slice program was funded through a $10 million grant.
Correct.
Okay? And ARPA funds.
Correct.
So those funds must have been obligated by the end of 2024. What does that mean, though? Because if you don't have enough people applying, how do you then obligate funds for something you don't have?
So what we actually did is have them, because they didn't have any obligations, return the funds and basically they turned it into revenue loss for the central government.
Say that again. So they turned what they okay, I'm going to wait till.
Correct. So there's also another piece to it where you didn't have the full 10 million, but some of it was obligated because you had a full application that was completed. So that's obligation.
So so for people can still apply for the VI slice though, right?
Correct.
Okay, so repeat again for me one more time so I can process this.
So you have
had 10 million.
There's two parts to it. So you
Right.
had approximately $10 million.
Right.
Some of the money was actually returned to the central government.
Okay.
The second piece is the ones that they had obligations against, which means full application, everything went
Right.
through the process. That money remained.
The money remained, but if I now want to apply, I still can.
You can apply for slice, yes.
You still, that's what I want to make sure,
Yes.
that people still can. Thank you. And when it comes to this would be for Director Williams-Actilin. When you look at the Envision program, the VI Slice, Own a Lot, Build a Home, all those programs were created by us and within certain maybe federal guidelines, parameters, regulations. Is that what happened?
Yes. So what happens is that you get funding with the national or the federal guidelines that your territory, your state creates a program for your specific needs within the guidelines that's presented by the federal government. So whatever your local needs and requirements are, you can structure your program around it.
As long as you meet the requirements.
As long as you meet the, right.
So I have a quick question. If I buy a lot today, I can apply in this Own a Lot, Build a Home, correct? It doesn't matter how long I've owned the lot.
Correct.
Okay.
Because you just need, as long as you own the lot
Yeah.
for that particular program, for the Own a Lot, Build a Home, if you own the lot and then you buy the lot outside of whatever the funding that you would receive, then you can get the assistance for the construction. So the assistance is for the construction, not for you to actually purchase the lot.
Right. It can't be part of the monies under the Build a Home program. It has to be that I bought the lot separate and apart
You have the lot.
from the funds that I'll be receiving.
Right, because what we're looking to do is to help the program was designed to help people who have land to be able to construct.
Right, but there are a lot of people out there, they've been asking me questions about if they can get a lot and, they have enough money to purchase a piece of property and then see if they can in fact qualify under this program.
And that, based on what you've described without me having more particulars, that's generally, if they have the lot already, whether they had some savings and they bought it out of their own resources, and then they want to go and see if they can apply, indicating that they own this property, then that is an option.
Yeah, have you looked at these programs, well, the ones that you have jurisdiction over, authority over, and see if you could modify them and still stay within the federal guidelines based on the responses that you've gotten?
So what I've
or lack of responses is what I really want to see.
So we have looked at I've asked the team to look at we have a targeted amount of families that we can assist, and just look at what are the challenges that we're having. What they've given back to me was that folks need designs. They don't want to go out and get designs for their homes. So we're going to be able to provide that so that they can have these designs and then they can move straight to the bank.
Excellent.
So we believe that in short order, we should be able to identify the people that, meet the criteria for the program. If we find that we can't, then we're going to make the adjustments that's within our purview to be able to do.
Great, thank you. Thank you both for your answers. We have to get people in homes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Thank you for that line of question. Yes, I totally agree. We have to get people in homes. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Potter. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have 3 questions I'm going to try to slip in the 3 minutes. I wanted to start by asking you, Commissioner McCurdy, regards to the retro that's on the street. People are excited about that. Are all persons who are owed retro, who are eligible for retro, are they going to be getting some percentage of the retro? Because I know I heard discussions about we're going to try to pay out the smaller retro for us and this, that, and the other. To your understanding, if I am owed retro, $10,000, am I getting a percentage of that retro?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's everybody. Once you're generally owed, you're entitled.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to ask you, Director Lee, just harping a little bit again on the personal income tax and corporate income taxes. Both of them are projected to decrease, right? What economic factors, what underlying economic factors are driving this decline, in your opinion?
The stock market. And last year and before that, the stock market was at record levels. Clearly, if you're keeping up to date, this year it's been up and down, up and down. So I don't foresee the same buying cash out that folks took advantage of last year. So that's why this year, when folks file next April, I don't predict the same windfall.
Okay, thank you for that. So there aren't any strategies per se that we could implement to fix this decline or to stave off this decline?
1 minute.
It's basically subject to the whims of the stock market that's contributing to this.
Well, there's no real fix to people's income levels. If the question is more, how can we aggressively go after some outstanding balances? Yes, we always do that. But as far as the swings in the market, we can't control that. That's why we take a very conservative approach as far as our budgeting, because we are foreseeing that possibility.
Understood.
30 seconds.
The Director Reimer, the testimony mentions new revenues from late FY 2025 legislation that weren't included in projections. What are these revenue sources and why aren't they quantified?
Financial Services Act that was passed by the 35th legislature, quantifying it right now and making revenue projections off of a brand new tax or fee is very difficult. Currently, based on information I received, about $5.6 million was collected year to date. But to say that what's going to be next year, we're not sure. So we left that out, so that'll be an opportunity closer down to the end of the fiscal year when we do budget wrap-up, that we say if it's $4 million, if it's $5 million, if it's $8 million, we have the opportunity to put it in.
Gotcha. So you don't have any sophisticated models there at OMB to...
It's sophisticated model based and no data is a problem.
Thank you very much, Director. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Point of information. So thank you very much, Senator Potter. Point of information, Senator Frederick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This goes out to Director Reimer. As you know, lately we've been dealing with a lot of cyber attacks that's impacted a few agencies. I noticed on your budget, BIT didn't see a significant increase in their budget. Was any consideration made for that?
Yes, they got an additional $500,000.
Yeah, but I said significant.
Significant.
It's for the whole government.
So once again, Senator, you're going through the process of let me spend, but I have to be able to have revenues to support. So there's a difference between the two. So I'm going to give you funds that I can afford, and then we could build on top of it, which means you don't build a house in one day. You take and build a foundation first and build on top of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Dodge.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Quickly, who I guess it'd be DOP. Can you give me what is all involved in fringe? Would you have that? Or
so you'll have health insurance, workman's comp, Social Security, which is Social Security and Medicare. You'll also have there's other pieces within it. It'll be about roughly 40%, give or take.
GRS, yeah.
GRS, exactly. Health insurance,
Yeah,
et
health
cetera.
insurance, yeah.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
currently assessed at 27%?
Which one, GRS?
No, the entire fringe.
No.
Or you look for individual?
Closer to 40.
40%.
Yeah. GRS by itself is 23.
Right, yeah. Okay. Very well, thank you. I think this rounds out our rounds of questions for today. I want to give you an opportunity to wrap up, but I also want to take this opportunity to thank you, for working with myself as the chair of the Budget Appropriations and Finance, as well as my post-audit division. And I think that this helped to allay a lot of the numbers. Seems to be rather transparent, and the testimony as well as the data that you provided. And of course, we have the PowerPoint presentation that is a quick glance of what's happening, at least with a 3-year span. And I think that we will continue to go over these numbers. This is just the beginning of the budget process, but thank you for what I believe have been your honesty in presentation of the budget numbers today as we continue to query on this matter. So I know that the financial team have their work cut out for them because there's a song and dance every single day in respect to what's happening with the federal government and some of the executive orders. And I can't help but to kind of round out with your closing sentence. So it spoke to overall, due to the uncertainty, we must remain adaptable to both the challenges and opportunities in the federal grant environment with an aggressive approach to expend all funds in a compliant and timely manner. I think that'll be the key for us to be able to stay solvent and be able to keep our head afloat there. So I appreciate you closing off with that. So I'll give you a minute to make a final comments.
On behalf of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. And the financial team, we thank you for the opportunity to present fiscal year 2026 budget overview. But I would be remiss to not thank my team, which is the Office of Management and Budget staff, that over the last 3 to 4 weeks probably worked every day straight. So for myself, I'd like to thank the staff on behalf of myself and the financial team. And the Commissioner of Finance would like to thank the team, my team, and the members of the team in Finance, Payroll, and DOP that actually helped to actually do the retroactive pay over the last 3 or 4 weeks. So thank you to them also.
Our thanks to them as well, and we look forward to our continued discussion. We have a full summer that we'll be just talking nothing but numbers, and we try to cut out a lot of the fluff in these testimonies and really just look at the factual information. One of the things that we have, there are several requests that have been made by my colleagues, and we'll reduce those to writing as well and send forward so we could get the information. We're also looking to, when we do the review, is to look at the positions of each of the agency, the classified position versus the unclassified positions as well, so that we could get a good handle on what's happening in that space. So that is something that we are anticipating, requesting perhaps some additional information on as we move forward, but that is something of importance to us. I want to thank certainly my staff. I want to thank the central staff, hardworking central staff of the Virgin Islands Legislature. Thank you again to the financial team for the work that you have done here, and just thank everyone that have made today's Budget Appropriations and Finance a successful hearing. We do have session tomorrow, so the Senate President will be here for a session at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. This Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee adjourned. God bless.